Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming down, everybody. Good to have you here. Hey, y'all going? You good? Somebody said set and forget, just like his fantasy sports team. Seems to have forgotten. Insane reference. Insane old reference. Based reference, though, to be honest. You guys got a what? Not ad to start the stream? This is not sponsored by anybody. This stream is not sponsored by anybody. This is just a... How's everybody going? Thanks for coming down, guys. Okay, look, I didn't think I'd need to say it this quickly, but I'll say it very quickly. Guys, please keep it respectful. There's going to be a lot of different creators in this stream. It seems like there's going to be a lot of different creators in this chat as well. Kygus, don't... No, Kygus, stop posting that. Kygus, please, God damn it. Kygus, please, God, for the love of God, Kygus, stop. Okay, Kygus, it's finished. That one's done. We can wrap that up. This is not a sponsored stream. Chat, please keep it respectful. Please keep it respectful today. Going to be a lot of different creators in the stream, and it looks like there's going to be a lot of different creators in the chat as well. Everybody's got different opinions. That's fine. You know what they say about opinions. You guys can finish the sentence, right? Opinions are like something. Yeah. So just keep it respectful. You're allowed to disagree. You're allowed to criticize as well. But don't get personal. Don't say stuff like Dr. Cuck Sauce.
Kombucha. These nuts. Have a nice day.
Thanks for coming down, everybody, though. Good to see you. Good to see you. We have got a lot of different people have come into this stream. From a lot of different audiences as well. Which is pretty cool. We are live here on Twitch and on YouTube, so no matter where you're watching, thanks for coming down. Good to have you here. Today, we are going to... I've aptly called this ending the Pokemon card investing debate. But let's be serious. I don't think we're ever going to end the Pokemon card investing debate. As long as people have voices and opinions, it will rage on.
TTS going to be on, and will everyone be able to hear it?
Asking
well, for a friend.
Well, you answered your own question there, Brense. You answered your own question there, Brense. Yes, TTS is on. We've got a lot of people that are going to come and join this stream today, so you're going to see them in a short little bit. But yeah, I put a video up about, let's say, what is it, 8 days ago? I put a video up about 7-8 days ago. And I basically criticized Pokemon card investing YouTube. I criticized it. I thought it was pretty fair. I didn't think I was really offensive. I didn't personally target anybody. By going broad, though, I kind of criticized everybody by going broad with it. Whereas if I had focused on 1 or 2 creators, then it wouldn't have felt so broad. Hey, can't win them all. But it did what I wanted to do. It started a conversation, which was pretty cool. There are a lot of interesting comments that came my way. A lot of haters. Shout out to my haters. But there was a lot of good, valid criticism as well. Not just from commenters, but from other creators too. So a bunch of other creators reached out to me. They said they wanted to get onto the stream. Not everybody could get on because we are battling how many different time zones across the world right now. So yeah, you can imagine how tough that is. Kombucha. Steve said shout out to my Lakers. He said Lakers in 8. Sorry, bro. Maybe next season. We couldn't get everybody on, but we did get a bunch of people on. So without further ado, I am going to introduce everybody who is joining the stream with us today. And I'm going to jump in and let's hope this works. And it should work.
What up, Hard Squad?
From our sponsors.
I heard that.
Never mind, Julian. I was just joking. I wasn't making fun of you.
I heard that, buddy.
You didn't hear shit. Oh yeah, am I allowed to swear in this? Or are you like
yeah, well, no, there was rules. I put rules up on the screen. I said, "Come on."
I don't read your rules, man. What do you want? Like, what are the rules? Tell me now. I'm sorry.
We'll go through it shortly. Are you allowed to swear? Just, I don't know, man. I don't even know anymore.
Am I allowed to respectfully swear?
Chat can decide that one.
If not, say no. Like,
Chat can decide that one.
I'll hold my tongue. Oh, Chad, I don't give a fuck what they say. I care what you say. This is your stream.
I got you on because I thought it was going to be a good idea, but now I'm actually starting to regret it, Opossum.
Why are you regretting me on here, dude? I'm on your side, like, kind of, but I also, like, I'm here, like, what? Like, fuck.
Is this gonna turn into an argument between you and me?
No, what's wrong? I'm asking the rules and you won't tell me the rules. Am I allowed to? And you're like, let chat decide. It's like, who cares what those goobers think?
Chat is on blast right now. All right, I think I'm good.
I don't care.
All right, we're good. Okay, we're here. Guys, can you all hear me here?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Chat, can you hear everybody who is in this call right now?
Yeah, chat, can you hear us?
Hello.
Testing.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it the old-fashioned way. All right, guys. So this is everybody who has reached out to me, which was really cool, and said that they wanted to join in on this stream and have maybe a broader discussion, so that we didn't have this video. I said, and then you said, then 3 days later he said, and then you said this in that video at this timestamp, and I disagree with that. Rather than do that, we figured live stream, open discussion. You guys can send your questions my way. I can ask you the questions that I wanted to ask more precisely directly at you as well. So we have on the left here, the Poker Office. Do you want to give us a quick introduction? For those of you that don't know who these creators are, maybe you do, maybe you don't, but we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Say hello, Poker Office.
Yo, everyone. Thanks for having me, JLUV.
Thanks for coming down.
My channel is the Poke Office. I'm happy to be here.
Thanks again, Poker Office. Colin for coming on down. Gray in the middle there. What's going on? What's going on, man? How you going?
I'm good. Nice to meet everyone. My name's Gray from the TCG Buyers Club. I buy cardboard, like it says on my hat. I'm here to talk about Pokemon investing.
Thanks for coming down, man. On the right here, we have the main instigator of this whole thing. So what happens when I don't respond? Relax. I was griefing this guy hard in the DMs, and he thought I was being super serious. I actually kind of felt bad. The man that got on my case because I didn't reply to a DM within 24 hours. I'm so sorry. I do apologize. Nomics.
Jesus Christ, Jalen.
Say hello to everybody, Nomics.
Say I'm the mean one. Holy hell.
Nomics, I think your microphone peaked and we didn't actually hear that. You ripped a massive folks, but I don't think anyone heard it.
No, I had to be here. I think it's going to be a good night.
Nomics, I think you've gimped yourself. We can't really hear.
We were talking about that in the thing before. His microphone's a little difficult.
Are you now? Is it coming through better? No? Yes?
Have you got another mic, Nomics? Oh, we heard you before. I swear to God, we tested this. It sounded okay.
Ever since he got in here, he's been having issues.
Maybe it's Discord is connected to the wrong microphone, Nomics. Do you want to have a fiddle through the settings and see if you got the right mic selected?
Try to log off and come back in.
Okay, Nomics, you do that. We'll be here. Don't worry. In the bottom left. Okay.
He'll be back.
Classic technical difficulties. You'll love it. In the bottom left, Possum. What's going on, brother? Thanks for coming down.
Hey, what's going on, dude? I got my pitchfork ready. I'm ready to screw some stuff up. Julian paid me $150 to be here. Let's make some money. Woo!
It's true. I did pay the big man. I did pay.
He didn't actually pay me. I'm fucking joking. It's before someone clips that and goes like, "Oh, look at the." I know what you guys do.
No, I didn't pay him.
Not them. I'm talking to chat. I'm just kidding.
Somebody just called you sellout, bud. Thank you for showing. Somebody just called you sellout, bud, because of that comment.
I'm gonna need some proof for that, big man. I need some good old proof. I'm assuming you got some screenshots and some things where I've been paid, buddy.
All right. Well, I guess we kind of have to wait for Nomics to come back. I don't want to start this without him because it just wouldn't be the same. So we'll give him.
He's like, it's y'all too.
We'll give him a couple minutes. We'll give him 2 to 5 minutes, right? We'll see if he can get back on.
There he is.
All right, here he comes.
We better?
Oh, that is so much better.
Whoa, way better.
I think he was picking up my webcam.
There you go. That makes sense.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't picking up your main mic. So, all right, I'm going to boost you a little bit so we just make sure no one here is too soft. The Possum's a bit loud, but don't worry. Don't change anything on your settings, the Possum. You're all good. We're just going to balance everybody.
Always loud.
Well, now you're too soft. Now I've censored you.
Okay.
All right, we're back. Okay, Nomics. Give us another crack.
Good to go?
Good to go. Rip it. Do your thing. This is your cue.
Whoa, folks!
Nomics, thanks for coming down. Tell us a little bit about yourself, for those of you that don't know.
Nomics,
that's your cue.
I already said it. Did like 5 times, folks.
No, but I want you to.
That's all he's got, man.
I want you to introduce yourself.
He did introduce himself. Dude. That's his iconic catchphrase.
Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know me, I have a Pokemon investing channel. I know I'm the evil investor here, so we can talk about that. But yeah, honestly, man, I didn't even see your video. It was like shared to me by like 10, 15 different people in my Discord that were all telling me to respond to it. So I watched it, I responded to it. Didn't think it was going to turn into all this, but here we are.
Okay.
It's good. No, I'm glad that it kind of got shared around. A lot of people said that I was kind of engagement baiting. I saw this come as a comment in the last couple of days. I wanted to get you guys on. I wanted to have this discussion like face to face, and the only real way to do that is to just generate the discussion. So, I was saying this before we jumped into the big group call here that, yeah, obviously from my video, I have criticisms. I have gripes with the Pokemon card investing niche side of YouTube that I expressed in that video, right? And I wanted to generate the discussion, so I created that video. I didn't want to like personally attack anybody. I didn't want to go after specifically Nomics or Gray or Poke Office or any of the other people that have come on and down, have reached out to me. But yeah, like I said, I wanted to generate this discussion with you guys and have a face-to-face so that we avoided this whole I say in one video, you say in another video, and then we're timestamping and we're getting like petty with the arguing. So with that said, I have watched, Gray, you didn't create a video about this topic. I did watch Poke Officers. I did watch Nomics. But I thought, yeah, get you down, get into the live and have at it. So I guess to start it off, what were the main criticisms beyond the video that you created, Nomics, Office, Gray, that made you want to reach out to me, made you want to have this discussion face to face?
I'll go first.
Yeah, I mean,
cool.
Alex got it. Alex got it.
I just feel like I feel like it'd be good to come on and like just have like a reasonable discussion about, you know, because I get it. I understand that the hate of like all the thumbnails with the arrows going up with certain cards and certain sets and trying to pump things and everything's an investment and all that. But, you know, I just wanted to come on to really just discuss like the numbers and the like mentality behind it and you know, why I feel the way I do and type things. And, well, you know, just kind of get to some baselines we can all agree on, and then we can all kind of disagree on where we see things going for the future, how we actually feel about, you know, investing in it. But I just wanted to come on and like you said, hash it out and have a good discussion for both kind of both audiences.
Fair. All right, understandable. Good. The right energy. That's what I like to see. Office.
I actually have like a goal of 2024 for myself to like build my channel and actually get to know people, because when I started my Pokemon YouTube channel, I knew no one, like I was a noob, total noob. And then there's more and more creators that I've started watching myself. So I've started like a spotlight hour on my channel, not only for like other YouTubers, because I interviewed Alex, I don't know, what's that, a month ago already. And then I've been interviewing like some of my like biggest community members as well. So the fact that you put my video in your video, you have more subscribers than me. You're someone who I watch already. I was like, well, heck yeah, let's get on this. Like, so I like no hard feelings whatsoever. I didn't feel called out at all, but similar to Alex, it's like people messaged me in my Discord community were like, hey, you should make a video. So I jumped on the opportunity to make a video that I thought might do decent because it's like already a talked about point.
So you're riding the wave. You just riding the wave?
100%.
I love it. I love the audacity of it. All right, fair.
You're a big wave, dude.
Nah, it's all good. Get that bread, Poke Office. Gray, I've watched a lot of your videos. I've watched all your videos. I'm not gonna lie. I've watched all your videos, right? I watched a lot of Gray's because Gray makes a lot of Japanese Pokemon card content, a little bit of TCG competitive Pokemon content here and there.
Yeah.
Gray, tell us a little bit about yourself, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I had no idea that you watched my stuff. It means a lot. I think probably your video where you kind of stone face stare at the camera and describe like booster boxes, Japanese booster boxes, their makeup, and like how to buy
the first video
and stuff. I think that was the first video that got me into Japanese, and now I definitely consider myself primarily a Japanese, mostly sealed investor, but of course I love the cards. And I'm here, Julian, because you didn't use any of my thumbnails, or if you did, I didn't spot them. So
yeah,
when you gave an open call, when he gave an open call to reach out, I was like, all right, I'm doing this. Let's chat. But I'm bullish on Pokemon investing. So I think it's a really interesting topic. I think the divisiveness of the community around it is really telling to just how kind of emotional and complicated and how the different perspectives can really lead to a lot of headbutting. But I think there's a lot more similarities than people really see when they're focused on, the idea that investors are eating up product and they're not able to find things in stores during some of the difficult times that we've been through. So I was also super keen to have a nice discussion with a bunch of people that I really admire. So happy to be here.
All good. Thanks for coming down, man. There was a word you used there, which I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about today myself, which was bullish. So it's not a word that's kind of like unique to the Pokemon card investing space. You hear that across stocks, crypto, shares, whatever, right? Any collectible, any speculative asset, you'll hear the word bullish kind of get thrown around quite a bit. So we'll jump into that shortly. I was seeing in chat a lot of people saying, why is Opossum Bud here?
That's a good question. I don't know why I'm here either, but Julian wanted me on. There you go. I'm comic relief, I guess. I'll tell a joke here and there, and I'll come in with some dry humor. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, Opossum
as good as mine.
Opossum Bud is the Valve release. Now, Opossum Bud is here because I personally asked him to join. Because Nomics in his video, if you guys haven't watched it, spoke a lot about XY booster boxes. He spoke a lot about pre-2020, basically. And I feel like when it comes to Pokemon card collecting and this investing side, there's like a pretty clear distinction between everything that happens between 2020 onwards and everything before that. They're kind of like two different worlds. Now, full disclosure, and Gray kind of mentioned this as well, the first video that I ever put up on the channel was about Japanese booster boxes, and this was in 2020. So I wasn't on this platform, I wasn't in this social media space talking about Pokemon card content before 2020. I'm not as well versed in it. All my knowledge comes after the fact, right? I understand it. A lot of people are saying that I don't understand it. I don't know what's going on with English. Don't worry, I understand it, right? But I don't have that, I wasn't there. Like, I didn't have my boots on the ground. Opossum Bud was. So Opossum Bud has been on this space, on this platform, I feel like longer than any of the other people in this chat. And that's not like he's been here longer, so he knows more. He knows it. He is the authority,
No, absolutely
right?
not.
No. But I felt like Opossum was going to provide perspective that I personally couldn't and no one else really couldn't here. And I think that's really important in this discussion, especially on the topic of XY booster boxes. So thanks for coming down, first of all. Hopefully that addresses that.
I'm just messing around, by the way. I'm just being a goofy goober, by the way. So
I know that. You're all good. Sorry, I do want to pay attention to the chat. So I am reading you guys here. Nostalgianomics is a level 1 investor. Do you know that guy? He said if you don't invest in Steel, you're just poor, folks.
Wow.
Is he a
That's a
fan
good
or a
snap.
hater?
I do. Rob Burns is trying to join in on this video chat here.
pitchforks, baby, pitchforks.
All right, I'll try and work through the tech difficulties with Rob Burns. Baslow says, Jay, you remember your VMAX Climax video told, should you invest in VMAX Climax a month before it released? You also expected VMAX Climax to follow in Shiny Star V's price rise. Prediction or not? Good call. So I have historically got a few videos talking about investing on my own channel. You will see it's not the thing that I focus on here, but I have spoken about it primarily on the Japanese side. I don't really talk too much about English. But yes, I do remember that video. If you've got questions about it, shoot them. Before we jump into that, though, we'll circle around. So I feel like we're going to be chatting here all day. So Nomix's video. Nomix, I wanted to ask you why when you watched... Oh. I wanted to know why when you watched my video, you chose to talk primarily about XY booster boxes, touch a little bit on Sword and Shield, but focus primarily on XY booster boxes and the growth that they had post 2020.
I mean, okay, so one of the reasons is because, I've been in the hobby since 2015, and before 2020 happened, things were still rising. Like, when I got back in the hobby, a base set booster box in 2015 was $800. A year later, it was $2,000. Before the run-up, it was already like $4,000 or $5,000. And same thing with XY. Like, Flash Fire booster boxes were already in like the mid-300s by 2019. And so, I wanted to show what was happening. That there was things happen before the boom, and the boom wasn't the only thing that made things move. And then yeah, I did want to make Sun and Moon, Sword and Shield. I wanted to make it a 10-year track record because most of the times when you look at investments, you're looking at least like 10, 20 years. Like when your company gives you your 401k, you go down and you look at how each fund has performed in the last 10 years, 20 years, whatever it is, and you usually make your decision based on those percentage gains. And so I feel like you would do the same thing with Pokemon. You want to look back and see what percentage gains all of these boxes have done over the past, 5, 10. We're not, modern isn't at, 15, 20 years yet. But I just wanted to kind of show the whole picture. I mean, I could have just kept it on Sword and Shield. I mean, Sword and Shield's still done roughly 100% if you take out fees and shipping in the past 4 years, which I think is pretty good. But I guess I didn't realize I made it all XY, so I apologize about that.
That's all right. I'm sorry. I just had a rogue. He was going to come in the stream, then he said he wasn't, and then he
I thought
did.
that was just.
And then he just
I
started.
just brought him on.
No, then he just started putting cats in. That's Pokemon Steven, and we'll get him back in later. But he's being very distractive during your response there, Nami. So I apologize for that. But
you're good.
I found it interesting. I honestly, I just found it interesting that you gravitated straight to XY, which was primarily I think anyway, a boom-driven price rise. Like all the products from the XY series boomed because of the Logan Paul. I was going to call it incident, but because of what happened in 2020. So I found it interesting that you referred to that, which was like the key topic, a key point within my video, which was that a lot of this is all viral driven. It's all popularity driven. It's instigated by specific events. And then you referred to probably one of the main products that rose primarily due to that boom. It didn't grow organically.
Have you paid attention to XY or Sun and Moon last year? Like both of those eras saw huge, massive upticks last year as well. And that was supposed to be in a bear market, which most people kind of considered last year was a down market across Pokemon. And those all saw massive growth even last year after all of that, though.
I would say that the growth that they saw is a result of what has happened from 2020 onwards, though. So it's kind of like a fire that started and hasn't kind of gone out yet. But until then, there was nothing. Like, this is why I kind of wanted to get Opossum on here, because until what happened in 2020, there was no real interest in those sets. So there isn't this like organic, natural growth that is happening with these Pokemon cards. It's all driven from like phenomena or like viral points in time, cultural events that have happened.
Yeah.
What's driving the Sword and Shield market right now, then?
Well, I think these investor channels, I think channels like yours and all the others that are out on the platform, because I don't believe that the growth there is organic either.
I have a question.
All right, well, here's my question then. Like back in 2015 to 16, Opossum probably remembers, there was massive growth, and there was really no Poketubers. There was SM Pratt and maybe Rudy. Other than that, it was like Leonhardt was just coming on the scene. Unlisted Leaf was around. You had like primetime Pokemon, Dariums. Like there wasn't that much Pokemon. Wait, who's that?
Mofo, he was also like making content,
Yeah,
like
Max
kind of around that same time.
Classic.
Yeah, I agree.
But really no investors, and things were still moving in value. Like the reason that I started out collecting, the reason I moved into investing is I started seeing everything I had bought and collected myself start to rise in 2016 to 2017, and that's what really got me on the investing train, to see how all these things started to move up in value. And back then we didn't have anyone pumping them.
What was driving the drive for Pokemon prices though back in 2015, 16, 17 though?
15 nothing. 16 we Pokemon Go, and then I forget it was 17 or 18. We actually saw a dip. We actually saw a decline in like a lot of PSA cards and even some boxes. But I mean, there were always big upturns.
But we did
like
see a rise in single prices. Single prices went up a lot during that time frame. Do you know why?
No.
Players were driving the actual market for singles and the actual prices. So a lot of players were getting back into the Pokemon TCG at that time. A lot of decks were being experimented with, and there was a lot of single cards that held a lot of value. Like Raticate, like Break was a crazy card at one point. Tauros GX, yeah, for as much as it was like a card that's like a nothing burger now, it was a very playable card. It was fetching like $30-$40 at conventions, things like that too. I do agree that like things were going up in value back in 2016, 17. I think we've just seen a massive cultural shift in who's driving the actual prices for stuff now. I think Julian is correct. I do think a lot of people who are interested in investing for a monetary gain is something that is driving things more nowadays. I think back then people were interested in it, like in Pokemon Go, like you were saying as well. And I definitely do think that players were kind of king back then. Like a lot of singles were driven based off how good they were in decks. Lily was insane. Lysander, certain things that were like extremely niche in decks. From my experience, I could be, if someone has anything to add to that, of course, for especially for sealed product. That was a big thing that was driving certain things. And that's why Flash Fire and certain sets that had like really crazy playable cards in it, in my opinion, were fetching kind of crazy prices.
I want to go back to something though. I think it's a total mistake to think that someone like me, the Pokey Office, 10,000, just over 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, is driving prices of Sword and Shield booster boxes. That's just not a thing.
Oh, yeah,
I think you kind of underestimate. I think you kind of underestimate yourself. Yeah, yeah. Like and Gray. Sorry, there's a bit going on. So Gray did have a question, and Gray, hold on to that because we will come back to it. Sorry, dude. But just to what Office is saying here, is like I think you severely underestimate not just your own channel, but the cumulative power that channels like yours have on the platform. I had a lot of people in my comments say that the reason why you feel like you're only seeing investing YouTube channel thumbnails, graphs, etc. in your feed is because of the algorithm. So because you're clicking on them, so you're going to continue to get fed them. I think that's a bit of a misconception. You will see this just across YouTube in general. If you watch Pokemon card content, one way or another, you're going to see Pokemon card investors channel because there's just a sheer massive number volume of them. So
also people are more interested in them too. Like the reason they're getting views and clicks is because there is a huge change in people and why they want to actually get into Pokemon cards. If there was no market for it, people wouldn't click on those videos.
I wouldn't be making videos if there was no market for it. Of course there's a market for it, but my typical video, and I want to take a back step because I'm more like a Danny Phantom personally, is my opinion of myself, where I'm sharing data. I'm not like, I have said for sure, I think this is a good investment, but I'm not like specifically telling people, yeah, go buy this all the time. That's not what my channel's all about. But my good videos are getting 5,000 views. My bad videos are getting 1,000 views.
That's good.
There's millions of people in Pokemon.
That's a good video.
I mean, that's a decent amount.
Nuts, man.
Yeah.
That's a good video.
I'm very happy with it. I'm not like trying to downplay my significance. But there's millions of people in this hobby, like millions. They're printing billions of Pokemon cards. 5,000 views is just a drop in the bucket. It's nothing.
Yeah. I mean, there's a point to be made with that.
There's a bit that you spoke there, that you spoke about there, and I am just like kind of taking notes because I don't want to let any point kind of be forgotten. I am also seeing chat going absolutely bonkers at the moment with a bunch of questions, specifically people talking about PokeRev influencing prices and whether he did or didn't. And we will we'll talk about this. So I am seeing your messages there in the chat. I am seeing one there from Baz Toys talking about the total sub
foils coming out.
I'm seeing a lot of discussion about the total sub count on these investor channels being so small compared to how many fans there are globally. And like I said, I think you guys are severely understanding the power of social media and how impressionable people are from all ages, not just adults, but kids too. But I just need to go back to Gray. Gray had a question there that he wanted to say. I can see him kind of stewing there. There's something he wants to say. Gray,
he's got something.
Get out of your
eyes.
system.
He's got a question. Look at that. Look at that boy.
Well, it was more a reaction to some of the things that were being said. I will start by saying I agree with Colin, the Pokey Office, that I don't think that the social media impact is that big compared to the general market. And my general thesis is just that I think more so than ever before, or at least ever in a really long time, there's just so much more emphasis on the idea of collectibles as alternative assets in investments. And I think there's a lot of this cultural force that is just making more and more people interested in turning a hobby they love into some form of, long-term investment or, well, exactly that. And so to me, there's a lot more at play. I think we tend to fall into a little echo chamber. So Julian, I disagree with your perspective that this is the driving force. I definitely think it contributes, but I don't think it's everything.
What do you think is the driving force? If you don't mind me asking. Hold on, Julian. What do you think is the driving force actually? Before you answer that, I do want to say I apologize if I have articulated this incorrectly, right? Chad's going to say I'm backpedaling. I'm not. There's always
felt this way about this.
But
I'm not
don't backpedal.
I'm not pointing at Poke Office. I'm not pointing at Nomics, right? I'm not pointing at the 10 to 20 people video that I clipped for that video and saying it's these people specifically that are the reason why everything is bad and these guys are assholes. I don't think that, right?
No,
I don't even know.
That's not what they said either. They're literally just saying they don't think that's what it is.
Right. And they didn't necessarily say that either, but I want to make it very clear that I'm not blaming these guys, right? However, I do think it is a contributing factor, which is what Gray mentioned there. So it's not the driving factor, but it's definitely
What is the driving factor?
I think it is definitely a contributing factor.
What is the driving factor?
So that's the question to me.
Okay.
I mean, I think the driving factor is this larger cultural movement towards people wanting collectibles to be something more than just like a hobby and something larger. Like,
Where do you think that comes from?
I have some theories. I mean, the one that I could point to that feels, I think maybe I relate to really strongly, but I think it's generations of kids growing up in a sea of like advertising for toys and things, and that feeling that maybe we grew up associating incredible value with things we couldn't have when we were younger, and that as we grow up and get money, that is creating a wave of people who are more keen to spend their adult money on these kind of childhood toys and memories. But I don't think that's everything necessarily, but to me, that's one thing I can point to if you're asking for a specific example.
So do you think that cultural movement might affect content that's made?
It definitely does. I'm just not convinced that that is as big of a piece as people want to say. Could be wrong. I'm very open to that, but that is...
Do you think more people talk about money in their Pokemon content creation videos versus people that don't talk about money?
I do. And I think that for as long as I've been involved in Pokemon, which admittedly started as a kid and then paused for a long time, I returned in sort of the 2020 era, as many did. Even as a kid, people talked about how valuable or expensive their cards were. And I think collectors have continued to focus on value as kind of a metric for desirability. I think that's always.
I agree. But there's nothing wrong with that. Max has been talking about that stuff. I'm sorry. I was just
totally.
People have talked about that for a while too. Like, it's not something that's new. Leonhardt's been talking about value for fucking years. Max Mofo's been doing it for years. It's not like anything new. People didn't hop in this hobby and just all of a sudden, whoa, that's crazy value. Whether it was talking about box price or anything like that. I was just curious, like, where people thought the driving factor actually was. That's all. I wasn't berating or anything.
I think more people are creating content about investing. But the most watches and views are coming to channels like okJLUV, PokeVault, Cool Trainer Ryan, who are just barely.
Really?
Well, I mean, I guess kids like it when it shows $100 when he pulls a card that's worth $5. Yeah, sure.
He definitely talks about money. Like, I don't want to talk about how much I paid for a PSA 9 Evolutions Charizard after watching some of his videos when I was first getting into it. You know?
I think at some point, most creators have spoken about the value of whatever card they've pulled out of the booster box. I don't think that's like a huge. It's not a huge gotcha of like this guy's bigger, so it's like actually it's the bigger channel.
That's not really investing though. That's just like. Let's face it. This is my opinion, so I shouldn't just say like a blanket statement.
No, you don't need it. Yeah, I mean, like, go for it.
The collecting that I do, because I'm not just investing. I rip packs every video I make. I love opening Pokemon cards. Like, that's just it. And the cards that I like the most tend to have the most value attached to it. And the reason they have the most value attached to it is because they're the coolest cards. People want them the most. So there's like this is like a really complex subject. Like, it's not just like a investing versus collecting. It's like they're meshed together because I really like the Giratina V from Lost Origin or from Lost Abyss. It's the most expensive card of the set for a reason, because it's the best card of the set.
Subjectively.
Of course.
I'm going to very quickly...
I do get what you're saying.
I'm going to very quickly
I'll give another take. Like,
Sorry, no,
I'll give another take you guys hadn't really discussed is what happens over time as markets get more established and they produce returns for people for longer periods of time. If you go back and look at the amount of people that were invested in the stock market when it just started and how many more started to put their money in it over the years, you can look at crypto, you can look at pretty much any market, anything in the world. the more it becomes established, the more it continuously gives returns, the more it becomes more trusted, the more money does flow into, the more people do start investing in it. So that's another reason why you have more people wanting to invest, is because they've seen consistent returns year over year over year. So that's one of the factors.
Can I make a big interruption here?
Sure.
Go for
Rob
it.
Burns
Shoot.
has been trying to join this chat for like the last 20 minutes.
Yep.
And he can't join the Stonkers video chat.
I'm going to take a quick chat. We're going to do a real quick 30-second intermission. I'm just going to get Rob Burns in here because he's been a boomer. All right, give me a second, guys.
A boomer.
He is.
Discord is not boomer friendly.
It's not.
All right.
If I don't hear
Really
Rob's
not
voice
use it.
in the next 5 minutes, I'm rioting.
Oh, the beautiful thing is that you can still hear the boys talking. So you guys are still live. Don't say anything crazy.
We're still talking.
Yep.
Remember the rules.
Yeah. What are the rules again? You never told me the rules, by the way, Julian.
I didn't. I said the rules were, I just said don't swear and don't be racist. I kept it pretty simple. So
Don't be racist.
I think
and
it's
don't
just like
swear.
be
That's
decent.
Like 2 different levels of the spectrum.
I think it's just like a be decent thing, which you guys
Be
are doing, which
decent.
is fine. Yeah.
Okay, well, I've swore like twice, so I'll try to stop.
To be honest, I didn't even hear it. So it kind of like went
It's so
through.
natural for me. It just flows so flowing out of my mouth.
It would feel like
No, it's
swearing if
it's
you
a good
didn't
conversation.
curse.
That's true. There's something wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, Rob Burns,
it's
if
going
you're
good.
watching
Going good.
this, you should be good to join.
I was wondering where he was anyway. I saw him in the chat earlier.
No, he should be good to join now. So Rob, give it another crack. You should be good.
Join. Oh yeah, he was sitting in that one chat, like in that other one by himself, right?
Yeah, he was sitting in the wrong channel, so very
Oh,
late we
boomer.
changed things there. There was a question here from Interpulsiam. It was more of a statement. He said, OMFG, please make this a regular podcast. Well, I don't know. I'm getting weird vibes from the chat. People are saying that they're enjoying it, and people saying
Dude,
that...
don't listen to the chat. Fuck the chat. Like, I don't care what the chat has to say about like our opinions about that thing. They're here to watch how we feel about this.
Whoa, okay.
Fuck 'em.
Chat, I do not share those views. I
I'm
like the
enjoying
chat.
the chat.
Like,
better
no
or
offense, guys,
worse.
but like we're talking about opinions. We're here for you. We want to hear your questions, but like our opinions are our opinions, all right? Like,
That's fair. That's fair. Zalubion said the kids that grew up with Pokemon finally have adult money. So how can we incorporate what we love and make money too? That's not inherently a bad thing. And no, I don't disagree. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing if you're investing, if you are investing in Pokemon cards, right? The main issue that I had, and the main gripe that I have with investing in YouTube is that I feel like, hello Rob, thanks for coming down, is that too often a lot of channels and a lot of the sentiment, right, feels like everything is just a constant bull run. It's bullish at all times, which is really easy to get sucked into when people are making money from speculative assets in essentially the good times. I feel like it's not spoken enough. It's not spoken about a lot or barely, right? The huge risks, right? The huge risks that come with this, especially in this Sword and Shield era that we're in, where the supply is very different to the supply from the XY era. So I want to...
Well, I gotta challenge you on that though. Like, what risk? Like, in the last 10 years, we've very rarely ever seen booster boxes drop under $80. So if you're buying a booster box around $80 or $90, what real big risk is there?
Well, the risk is the short term. Now, and I know, at least in your videos, Nomics, you do speak more about the long term, and a lot of other creators do speak in the 3 to 5, 10 year. Baz Stoys, who's in the chat, made a video talking about this as well, and he spoke about, long term, not the short term,
what
right?
a guy.
But I mean, I want to know really where the buck stops. Like, at what point does it stop? Because for everybody to make money from investing in Pokemon cards, there have to be a lot of people that lose, right? At some point, somebody has to lose to win, for others to win, for sure. Because you need it.
I mean, that's not true though.
How is it not true? Let's say you buy a booster box now, $120, right?
Here, I'll give you an example.
Right, but you see it go up in value over 5-10 years, right? And then all of a sudden it's worth $5,000. You sell it to someone for $5,000 and you take your gains. Okay? If that particular booster box its ass falls out underneath it, the person who bought it just lost. So is this a train until we get to the last stop and then everyone dumps the bags and then that's it, it's Jova? Or is everyone going to continue to make money? Because that's what it feels like the channels are saying right now.
Well, I think it all has to do with you saying if it drops, like, so store buys a box from a distributor, they sell it to a customer for a profit. That customer holds it for X amount of years, sells it for 300 to someone else. Maybe then it goes to 500. Maybe they sell it to someone else. Maybe then it goes to 1,000. Maybe then it drops and that person's down for a while, then they're up. I mean, not everyone has to lose. It depends on the time frame you're holding it. It depends on what price you bought it at, what price you sold it at. Like, you could pull a card from a pack and make money on the pack. You could sell it to a store. They can make money off you because they buy it at 80% or something. They could grade it themselves, make a profit, and sell that. That person could hold the graded card, and it appreciates over time. So there doesn't always have to be losers.
I think, I mean, if there had to be a loser, I think we would see that play out in other markets, you know, like the stock market, which isn't the case. People who participate in that market have generally succeeded, and it's continued to. Now, that assumes that the market continues to grow over the long term, which is maybe the big question is, can some of these boxes continue to appreciate over time, or some of these cards continue to appreciate over time? But I don't think the fact that you need to sell to someone else who's willing to pay more in order to collect your return inherently means that someone along the chain is going to lose by participating in that market.
Or let's say it doesn't appreciate, right? Let's say it just stays the same. It's like, well, you got to buy something and put your entertainment money to work, hold something, own it for a certain amount of years, and then it's still worth the same amount of money you paid for it. I mean, that's not a loss. It's not a win, but it's not like you got killed. It's not like you lost anything.
That's actually still a win because you're collecting. It's built. It's like it's bringing in that feel good dopamine hit of, wow, I just got a new piece to my collection, and maybe someone's gonna open it. Like, there's heck, okJLUV opens a vintage booster box every second week or whatever it is. Like, he's paying big money to get those now, unless he has a whole warehouse full of stock. I don't know if he does or not, but that's not a loss.
It's called
awesome.
Cold Trainer Ryan's house.
Exactly, yeah.
It goes both
he's
ways.
Paying big money.
It goes both ways though, because if you tie your enjoyment or your appreciation of your Pokemon card collection to the value of it, when the value's high, it feels good, so you like your collection. When the value of it drops and it's not worth money, by that logic, in the same breath, you'd feel worse about it. So opening it would feel even worse. It's not going to have value if you take a set like Steam Siege that, you know, has generally the least interesting cards from the XY block in it, then without its value, it goes back to being what it was before it was worth anything. No?
But I still want to
You guys
buy a
see
copy
okay?
of it because my goal of collecting is to collect one of every booster box. And I know how crazy of a goal that is, but that's still like the long-term vision of my collecting goals. Have one of every box. So I still want a Steam Siege booster box, even if it's going to cost me $1,000 or $100. It doesn't really make any difference. Like, that's still a win for me.
All right, well, if that's your collection.
Is that true across investing as a whole, though?
Pardon me?
Is that true for investing as across a whole? Like, you want to collect every booster box, so people who want to collect to invest, is that necessarily their goal?
Not necessarily, no, but that's why it's such a complex issue, because most people who are investing in Pokemon are collectors at heart too, because they love Pokemon. You don't just I have very little time if someone was like actually just investing in Pokemon for the short term, which is where I totally agree with you, JLUV, where if you're just like pumping up stuff to sell 3 months from now for a double profit, like, I'm not into that. I'm in for the long term because I love Pokemon. I want to build the community. I want the booster boxes to succeed just as supply and demand happens. Like, I'm not here for the buy this today for $50, sell it for $75 tomorrow.
And the absolute best thing for Pokemon, period, is for as many people as possible to have fun doing whatever they love within the hobby.
And let's be realistic. I mean, I know what you're getting at is that, you know, Julian, like, obviously, like right now, there's going to be a time when people buy into these alt arts right now, and they are going to get hurt. They are going to lose money, right? Because they're buying into hype, and that will become a thing. But I'm more talking about sealed. Like, there's always going to be, you know, really volatile plays with singles and things, but especially with sealed product. Like, if you go back any set that's like 3-4 years old after it goes out of print, out of rotation, all that stuff, you see very little volatility. Other than the big 2020 spike and buzzed, I mean, go look at like all the Sun and Moon boxes right now, the big waifu alt art era tag team boom. none of the boxes saw major decreases. They all stayed stagnant. Some are still rising. Go back to XY. Had a huge boom last year. Some of the cards have come down. All the boxes have remained steady. I expect the same with Sword and Shields because, you know, even though there's more cards, there's more slabs every day, there's less and less boxes every day. And then more collectors enter the hobby. They have goals like Colin does. They want to collect one in every box. You have streamers still ripping the boxes. Sealed product is still it's a stable way to enjoy the hobby, collect, and hold value over time.
All right, I want to circle back to that because I want to circle back to this Sword and Shield discussion specifically, right? But before we go too far with that, Rob has been sitting there very, very patiently, very patiently. So Rob, thank you for your patience there. You came in the middle of the discussion, so you didn't really get a chance to introduce yourself. But Rob, please say hello to the chat because a lot of people are wondering who you are and why you're just sitting there timidly.
Oh, hey guys, can you hear me okay?
You're a little bit soft.
You guys can... Oh, I'm always a little softly spoken. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, guys. So yeah, I'm Rob. Hey, pleased to meet you guys. I talk about investing too. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for setting all of this stuff up. And yeah, I'm enjoying the discussion. It's pretty curious. Yeah. So yeah, you guys chat. I'm sure I'll add some value at some point.
Rob, thanks for coming down. I did quite enjoy your very lighthearted take to the video and what I spoke about in it. So thank you again for your time today.
Yeah.
So,
man, I think this is the hobby, right? Like people should be enjoying it and have fun and yeah, not get too stressed out about it.
Yeah, and I think that's important too. So someone just called you a fence sitter, which is funny. I don't think you're...
I do like to sit on the fence.
This is your chat right now, dude. This is them going like crazy.
I know, right? Chat is getting a little bit involved. I did see a couple
That's good, though. They should be talking.
Yeah. I see Roxanne, he said, Rob just shook me with his handsome face. There you go, Rob. You got a fan from Roxanne.
Thanks so much, Roxanne.
Pokiani said the driving factor is the largest franchise in the world doing their job. It helps that elements of gambling are involved. Gambling is one of history's oldest pastimes. Pokemon was growing long before YouTube. Let's bookmark that gambling comment. We'll talk a little bit about that in a second. You Small Fish says, what's the trigger for women like at Poker Sun at TCG to get into the hobby? The hobby seems male dominated. Agree. I don't disagree with you at all. It is a very male dominated hobby and space. I don't have the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that. I didn't have any female. I didn't have any women approach me to join this stream. I 100% would have got them on.
Isn't it just the fact that males typically like, ooh, I can have like my fake little buddy that walks beside me, Pikachu style?
What?
I don't know.
That sounds awesome to me. My wife thinks I'm an idiot, and I don't care.
I don't have the answer to that question. Sorry, Small Fish, but I think it's probably now. I'm gonna say it looks like I'm trying to dodge the question, but I think it is a topic for another day. I'm not trying to shut your mouth. All right.
Good old red pill JLUV here.
We can come back to it. Cornhusker said most of the people who invest also collect. The people who pump and dump are the problem.
I don't like pumping and dumping, but there's a couple problems that can emerge for sure.
Yeah, I think pumping and dumping is an issue, but I don't think that's I don't think pumping and dumping is the core issue with what happens. Well, no, okay. Because this gets me on the topic of market manipulation as well, right? Which goes hand in hand with pumping and dumping. Which I did want to talk about as well. There's a few things I want to talk about here. A lot. So I'm just going to bookmark that real quick.
There's no market manipulation. Nothing bad is happening out there, guys. Like everything's hunky-dory.
Cool. Yeah, no one's doing anything weird, guys. Japanese market didn't crash. It's all good, guys.
Blink twice.
In remission.
Blink twice if you're. Blink twice if you're not okay, Rob Burns. Blink twice, buddy. Baz says the main issue, and I speak on behalf of all the investor bros here, is that you said we don't actually believe what we talk about. It implies deceit. Perhaps you should clarify what you meant by that. All right, that's a pretty good trigger to go where I wanted to go here. This was what I said. Sorry, not you guys. I said this, right? At the end of my video, or at multiple parts of it, I said, I feel like investing channels don't really believe what they are saying on their channels, right? And that comes from the general feeling of disingenuity that I get from a lot of these channels. Now, whether it is actual deceit, so you know, you guys are actually have an agenda that I don't know about, and I'm assuming poorly of you, or it's people that are being, or creators, they're talking about investing, they're kind of ignorant to the risk or conveniently not discussing the risks. I still think that is something that is definitely present. So a little bit, just to rewind just a second there, and this has been spoken about a lot here on the stream so far, is that there's a lot of sword and shield out there. I think we lost Colin. He'll come back. There's a lot of sword and shield out there.
Take a phone call for work. 1 sec.
No stress, dude. So there's a lot of sword and shield out there. We know that there are billions of cards being printed now. There's more than ever, period. Like, we know this for a fact, right? It's come directly from TPCI. So with there being so much supply out there, and the question I kind of want to ask you guys here today is, how can you confidently suggest to your viewers and create content about this? How can you confidently say, like, it's just going to happen again? It's just going to go up again. Like, everything always just goes up, with utmost confidence that it will parallel the data and the graphs that you are referencing, like XY that Nomics used in his video.
I mean, I'm sure there's other people out there who have more of their total, more total investment than I do. But I mean, I have a good portion of my net worth in Pokemon, so I do walk the walk, if you say. I mean, I'd say at this point, at least like 35% of my total net worth is in Pokemon, most of that being in sealed product. And so, yeah, I do 100% believe in what I say. I can't say that I have bought every product and every card that I've mentioned in my videos, but a good amount of them. I mean, I just turn transparent. I talk about the plays I'm making. I talk about the investments I make. I try to show the buys I make. And to this day, I have not sold, don't have any plans to sell any of my Sword and Shields sealed product. I do make plays on singles. I grade cards as part of my business. Of course, I'm buying and selling those. But yeah, I mean, I think as long as you're transparent about it and you are walking the walk, and you're not just throwing things out there of trying to get people to click links to buy things and make money off them, and it's stuff you don't believe in, then I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And then to your point about the billions of cards, here's the thing you have to remember. 99% of every card printed is worthless, right? They're energies, commons, code cards, uncommons, rares, hollow rares, regular Vs or EXs. They're all worthless, right? Yep. So only like a small percentage of cards are actually going to be worth money anyway.
You still need to ratio those cards up, though, right? The percentage of them increases, yeah.
I would argue, this is opinion, I don't know the exact numbers, I would argue there are more people that want these cards now in comparison to how many are in existence than people that wanted the cards of the old days compared to how many are in existence. What I mean by that is there's an old card that has 100 or 200 pop report, but only 10 or 20,000 people actually care or want that. These cards now that maybe they have 10 or 15,000 pop reports, there's multiple millions and millions and millions of people that want that card. So the ratios are still less. There's like 1% of those cards to go around to the people that actually want them. So that's what makes me confident in there's still going to be enough demand to quench the supply.
Did you watch Alpha Investments? Did you watch Rudy's video that he put up, I'd say it's about like 2 or 3 days ago about this? It was like about a 40-minute long video.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Did you guys all watch that?
I did, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, for those of you guys that didn't, he did speak a lot about something you just spoke about then, which is that I think there's about 10,000 PSA 10 Umbreon VMAX alternate arts out there. That's like the pop report on it, right? So there's 10,000, and he's one of the points that he was like kind of driving home there halfway through the video was that, yeah, there's 10,000 and that's a big number, but there's probably going to be like a million or, multiple millions of people that are going to want that card. And so there's just a small fraction of the people that want that card versus the amount of the card out there means that the price of it is sustainably going to go up. In the same video though, Rudy talked a lot about how he has such a large amount of Sword and Shield booster boxes, and he's just like, he was saying that he's like, he thinks that has the most out of anybody in the world. Paraphrasing, right? Something along those lines, but he was talking about how he has such a large amount of supply, right? But that got me thinking, is that even if he is, right, if there's 10 other Rudys out there, or maybe there's 10 other that have more than what Rudy's got out there, there's got to be just so much of this stuff out there that I question who is the audience for it, who is going to want to buy this, and when are they going to want to buy it? Like, where does that come into your forecast? Like, where do you see everything just completely booming the same way that XY did for Sword and Shield, given that there's so much supply out there of it?
I think one
I'm
of
not really
the
sure I see it doing as good as XY, but I mean, just turn on the computer, turn on Twitch and you know Drip and whatnot and YouTube and TikTok and just see the thousands of packs being ripped every single day. Like Pokemon can't print the stuff fast enough. I mean, you know, eventually there's just gonna be less and less sealed product. That product Rudy has will get sold off to his Patreons. They'll sell it to streamers or other people. And a lot of these sales never even hit the open market. And so the sales you see on eBay and TCG Player, they're not even all the sales. There's sales happening every day, everywhere. And I just think it's getting eaten up faster than most people think. There's a lot more interest than people think. And like I said, the hobby is going to be continuously growing. You know, all the people now, kids now, they're going to grow up, have more money. All of us are going to be older, probably further in our careers, have more money to spend. You know, there's very clear like studies done that a lot of times with people's hobbies, when their income grows, they don't like take money out of their hobbies, they pour more in. So when you talk about taking profits or taking appreciation, it's not that you're taking money out of the hobby. You might sell things and then totally roll that into something else and the money stays in the hobby. And you know, it's just where I see our generation going at this point. I don't, you know, everyone's always collected things from the beginning of time, right? It was, you know, World War II memorabilia or fine wines, fine art, or whatever it may be. It's just this generation is going to be trading card games, sports cards, video games, whatever it may be, because that's what's important to us.
Do you not feel that everybody who's interested in it now already has it or is getting it now and is not going to want it then? That's an open question to everybody.
Oh, can you
I
guys
don't
hear me?
think so because I just got.
Yeah, we can hear
Sorry
you
to
now, yeah.
interrupt whoever I said. Too many people, too many cooks in the kitchen.
If you want to,
I don't
talk,
think
just
that-
start talking. Yeah, just shoot. Go. Sorry,
Like,
Colin.
I'm
cut off
Canadian.
everybody,
I
it's all good.
apologize for everything. Like I only just got back into Pokemon cards 2 years ago now. Like started dabbling in it, and then 3 or 4 months later, so like October 2022, I guess, is when I like started really getting into it. And I think I'm just like the average Joe of the bunch. Like loved Pokemon as a kid. I'm 33 years old now and came back into it. And I don't know if anyone said this because I was gone for a few minutes there, but I think part of the thing about COVID and that's still happening now is people got into this habit of like, I used to go out for dinner lots. Now maybe I don't, or I was just at home. Like that's when I got into collecting my Funko Pops and stuff during COVID. Cause like, frick, I'm bored. I got all this money still because I'm still working. I can't do anything. Can't go to the theater. I can't go to a sports event. I can't do nothing. So I may as well just start buying junk that I really like, honestly. And so that's still the same. Like now I have a budget for my hobbies, like more so than before because I learned about it and I really like it. And now it's like, I need to spend money on this because I want to keep that going. Like I really enjoy it. I found a passion.
Right, but that's now, right? It's people like you. That sounds like aggressive, but it's not meant to be. But it's people like you that,
people, Colin,
yeah,
you people,
and that have come back into the space that have fueled this run.
But
that
there's
we're on
still
now.
so many people of my friends, even like my small group here that I know well, who still don't realize that Pokemon's still even a thing. Like I think there's actually a naivety of Pokemon used to be cool when I was 10 to 15 years old or 6 to 10 or what. I don't even know when it was for me because I'm stupid. And now it's like, oh, this is still a thing. And I show them my collection. And then they're like, my brother-in-law, for instance, kind of liked Pokemon. He's 7 years older than me. Kind of liked Pokemon. Wasn't anything crazy into it. Now he sees me opening packs, sees my collection. He's like, oh, this is kind of cool. I could get on board with this. Watches my video, sees me open the Lugia alt art from Silver Tempest, and I'm going ham because I'm super pumped about it. And he's like, oh, this is a dopamine hit for me just watching you. Maybe I should open a couple packs. Like, I think that's still happening, very much so. And I think that's going to continue to happen. My nephews love Pokemon. They're like 8 years old. Absolutely love Pokemon. They can't get enough of it. It's just going to continue compounding and compounding. People come back for Scarlet and Violet 151 because it's the best set ever, in my opinion. The most fun set, I should say, for me. And yeah, sure, some people leave because the next couple sets are not the best in Scarlet and Violet. From like, I think most of the chat would probably agree, though the later sets in Scarlet and Violet era so far, not the best. But I think way more people joined through 151 and stayed than joined. Like it's like this little spike and then it comes back down, but it's still way higher than it was before. And that just continues to happen.
I think Colin brings up a really good point here. Like,
Go ahead,
honestly,
Rob.
like, sorry guys, any of you guys have kids? Like Colin mentioned his nephew. You guys got kids? Yeah. How old are your kids, Alex? You guys don't have kids? What are you guys doing? Alex, how old are you?
33.
Oh my God. Nick, how old are you?
This is going in
32.
a circle. He represents an
Okay, I'm
ultra
37.
casual
Yeah, I have like a
investor.
5 and a 2-year-old, and kids on my street, when I show them Pokemon cards, like my old ones, like whatever it is, there's just something that lights up in their brain. So like, they can't have the stuff now. I think that's it, and that's like Pokemon's for everybody, but like I'm a kid at heart. That's how I consider myself, and I want to get the stuff now because I couldn't have it when I was a kid, right? My parents didn't have a lot of money. Like, so I'm growing up, I'm like, man, my best friend's mum's buying him like friggin' all these booster boxes, and he's got the Charizard, and all I got's a friggin' Bulbasaur. And these kids are the ones that are going to want it, man, in 20 years. They they can't have it now. They don't have any money. Unless their parents are buying it for them, they're going to come back and try and rediscover their childhood the same way a ton of people are doing right now. And that's going to be an awesome time for them. They're going to get enjoyment out of it. And, there we go. That's who's going to be buying this shit, man. Sorry, I apologize for swearing against the rules.
You're good.
I don't gotta apologize. I'd owe to like 3 at this point.
It was more of an etiquette thing so that we don't have F and S bombs dropping left and right.
Yeah.
Great.
No,
You got to like ours already in the swear jar.
Great. Did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to echo. I think everything these guys have said is on point with how I think about the future growth of the hobby. Who's going to want these things? And I don't know. I think kind of you either believe that what has happened in the past with us as children returning to the hobby, or even just discovering it as adults, whatever your story is, you either kind of believe that's going to happen, or maybe you don't. But it is the trend that we've seen. It's easy to relate to. I just think that it's such a cultural force. It's not going anywhere, and people keep coming back to it. And there's kids who love it. There's adults who love it. And I think that the track record of success of the hobby has gone on long enough that it's bound to persist for the foreseeable future. I don't think it's going to necessarily be here forever, but I definitely feel confident that it's going to be around for the long haul, at least in my life. So that's where I kind of stake my perspective and what gives me confidence in spending some money on stuff today that I think others will want in the future.
And I think you need to look at like just humans as a whole. Like we're all creatures of habit. I mean, I'm not saying this is like an addiction, but if you look at people with addictions, if you had to bet 1,000,000 times, they're gonna wake up and do the same exact thing I did the other day. If you saw a guy who woke up every day, I use this in one of my videos, and drank a cup of coffee every morning. He ate a peanut butter and jelly for lunch. He came home and watched the nightly news. You are going to bet that next day, if he did that for 20 years, you're going to bet he's going to do that the next day. And so that's all investing is just making high percentage plays. And so to see every single booster box in Pokemon's history rise after that 2, 3, 4 year mark, it makes more sense to bet it's going to continue to happen, and people are going to remain creatures of habit, and things are going to remain the same. It's actually it's less likely that that's going to change, in my opinion.
Okay, this is going to send chat into a frenzy, but is that not speculative based investment? Or you know what I mean? Like, is this driven by is the argument for investing here based on speculative gut feel, or is it based on data? It's got to be one or the other. The data go. Like I think it sounds like speculative gambling. You're
No,
gambling
not at all.
the future.
Investing is speculative.
I agree with
No, it's based on the fact that there's only a finite amount ever printed. Maybe after all the reprints, all the extra restocks, all that's done, there's a finite amount at some point, right? That finite amount is going to continuously shrink, meaning the market cap is going to continuously go down, all right, if there's the same amount of product. So for the market cap to stay the same, there has to be the same amount of product being lost from the market as it's losing its the total amount still in existence. So really, you don't ever need more money coming into boxes after they've reached that finite amount, because as they're continuously going down, they can actually rise in price at the same rate and never need any new money coming into that product. And so all you're really doing is waiting out all the pack rippers and streamers and collectors and all this product being removed from the market and disappearing from existence for it to become more scarce. And when things become more scarce, the prices start to rise because people don't want to take less for it. And as prices start to rise, it's human nature. You want it more because it's more scarce. And it's just understanding like how scarcity moves markets. It's not about being speculative. It's understanding why these things move and playing into that move. That's all it is.
I'm about to get one guide by chat, but I see this as like a general sentiment in the chat right now. Someone said data shows that investing works and what is stocks. That's speculation too, but we use data to make plays. Now, Nomics, I'm not targeting you here, but I'm just going to speak about the data that kind of gets thrown around a lot when it comes to data-driven speculation, right? When it comes to investing in Pokemon cards, that the data, I feel anyway, is skewed, very, very heavily skewed. You're not comparing apples to apples, okay? When you're comparing Sword and Shield and you're comparing Scarlet and Violet, you're comparing apples to oranges because, yeah, okay, they're Pokemon cards and they're sealed booster boxes and people like sealed booster boxes. But what happened in the 2016 or 2019 block is very, very different, or 2014 to 2019 block is very different to what's happening in this current block. The data is inherently skewed because there were so fewer of those booster boxes printed at that time. Pokemon wasn't as popular. The supply was significantly shallower compared to this massive amount of supply that we've got right now with Sword and Shield. So while I think you can draw some comparisons,
why is there more supply?
Well, because there's more demand and it's more popular. So while you can draw comparisons to the interest and the trend and people wanting to buy more of it, the supply, the demand goes up, right, and it becomes more popular. And you can see that over time, as it gets more scarce and there's less supply, the price went up. You're basing all of that on you're basing like these incredible gains because like you weren't wrong in your video Nomics that XY outperformed traditional shares, crypto, etc. The way that you spelled it out. But the reason why that happened was because of, like I was saying in my video, a cultural phenomena, massive amount of interest that had come back in, and there being significantly less of it out there. So a lot of people talk about look up data and statistics to then make safe investments. So that's how you mitigate your risk. But the data that you're comparing it to is so skewed one way. Of course, it's going to look like it's going to happen again, right?
If we start buying Scarlet and Violet era booster boxes right now for $100 or less, like there's not one single old Pokemon box that is worth less than MSRP right now, other than the current era. So you're literally like buying Scarlet and Violet booster boxes right now. So this is right here and now. $80, $90, $100, even $110. MSRP is $163 on that box on Pokemon Center. It's gonna get back to MSRP. That's already gaining 60, 75% on those boxes. Like Sword and Shield, what's it? It ended in January 2023, so it's a year and 4 months old, and most of those boxes are already sold out. They're already above MSRP, let alone at MSRP. You could buy all those boxes for $100 at a time when they first came out too. Totally. Like it's literally like you're just asking to gain 60% on your money.
Well, Julian, before you respond to, at what point would you consider it, the data to make sense? Like if Scarlet and Violet era all follows the same exact pattern as Sword and Shield, Sun and Moon XY, like how much data do you need to trust it?
How much data do I need to trust it? I personally don't think that the data-backed investing with Pokemon cards is a good approach to it, right? Because I feel like there are so many other external variables when it comes to speculative assets that sometimes the data can just be thrown out the window. So data paints a bit of a picture, but I feel like the other driving forces, what's happening online, culturally phenomenal events, like what happened in 2020 with Logan Paul, the ability for TPCI at any point to just reprint all of this and throw a lot of it out the window, really throw a spanner into the works. Those.
What do you invest in?
What do I invest in? Well, I don't own stocks.
Where do you put your money?
I don't own stocks. I have a house and I have Pokemon cards that I collect. And I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat here say that because I have sealed product that I'm technically investing as well. And I've spoken a lot. There's a video on my channel and you can go find it. I'm pretty sure it's called Collectors Are Just Investors. So I transiently invest in Pokemon cards, but I don't make it something that it's like, I don't know, 5 to 10% of where I spend my money. I do have a lot of Japanese sealed product, right? But I don't.
That's fine.
I don't look at it as like this is where I'm going to invest in money. I probably don't invest as much as I should have as an adult.
Where are you putting money away for retirement? Like, what do you plan to invest in for retirement?
Primarily property, right? In Australia, it's primarily the property is where most Australians are investing their future in, and superannuation. We have superannuation, which is I think is equivalent to what you call 401k.
I mean, couldn't an area become, run down and impoverished and the property lose value and then, homeless people move around and no one wants to buy the property and that go to zero too? Or not zero, but, significantly lose its value too?
No, so I don't invest in property. My only assets, this is becoming about JLUV's assets, is my house. So it's on a, I mean,
talk about it. That's
full
what we're talking about.
disclosure, but I don't own my house. I have a mortgage here. So I have personal savings. I work a lot, but I don't have a lot of investments. Now, whether you think that's funny, I think a lot of people are clowning on me in chat because of that. I don't really care, but that's just, I'm living within the extent of my means right now. To have a house in Australia is difficult. It's not easy. So I live with a partner and I bought this with my partner. So that's where I'm at right now.
So the reason I ask is like most people who invest in 401ks or whatever your respective country's investment plan is, whatever it's, whatever tracks the market or whatever fund, most people, and this is a generalization, have no clue what they're investing in. They don't understand what stocks are in that fund or what the companies do. All they know is I looked at a chart of accounts my company gave me, and it showed me these mutual funds or these indexes performed this good in the 5, 10, 15, 20-year track record. And they say, okay, I want 25% of my money to go here, 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 and here. And they throw it in there for the next 40 years of their lives, and they hope everything stays the same. How is that any different than looking at Pokemon data?
So Alex, I just want to say, I used to work as an investment advisor. That is exactly what happens, man. That is how they train you. They're like, show them the chart that shows the S&P 500 that shows you, hey, here's the boom, like everything's going to be great. And they just put them in a comfort mutual fund. They don't even read the fund facts, and the rest is history. Like people do not understand what they're investing in, and I think young people don't understand as well. And I think they do get drawn to the Pokemon thing, and if they think it's going to make them rich, like millionaires, like that is not going to happen to them, right? Like you need a substantial amount of capital to really make huge gains like that. I think you got to treat it as a hobby investment, right? I quite honestly, you have 35% as your net worth is in Pokemon cards.
Yeah, it is.
That is, hey man, that is risk, man. I think I'm probably like 2 or 3% maybe. But I think 10 would be the max for me. But it's just about risk and reward. Any kind of investment is risk and reward. What's your time horizon? Do you think it's going to be worth more at the end of that time horizon than when you bought it? And is it going to outpace other investment vehicles? So, and JLUV, I think you should buy some stocks, man. If you want, I can tell you a couple that might do well. You need a bit of balance here, guys. Like
Okay,
people need education around this stuff. It's not all Pokemon. Like, anyway,
I think you're exactly right.
I'm living within my relative means here, so. I'm not investing in stocks or shares at this point in my life because it's just not something that I'm able to do. I need that money. I need that capital elsewhere, right? So it's not because I'm scared of stocks or like I don't understand them. It's just not something that I'm able to do. I have invested before in stocks, in crypto, but I'm just not at that stage of my life right now.
Rob's exactly right though, because there's this inherent risk in investing your money anywhere. I put it in a savings account in the bank. The bank could close down and I don't get my money back.
Right.
That's a very low risk investment. Your house could totally go down to like half the value. It's a risky investment, even though we all know that housing is not very risky.
But you're
equating Pokemon way up here, but there's some risk inherited to it. But Alex and myself, I mean, Alex has more than I do as well, but like I'm willing to take the risk. And like Rob was saying, heck, I look at a stock. Ooh, that looks cool. I buy it. Like I consider myself like a decently smart human being, and I am just like a consumer as well. It's like, show me those graphs, baby. I'm in. Let's go.
Right, but Colin, I think
full transparency, real quick, because I don't want the viewers to get the wrong idea. So, full transparency. Again, like I talked about, we don't have kids. It's me and my wife. We both obviously have an income. Our only debt is our house, which I'm on track to have it paid off in the next few years, and then we'll literally have zero debt to our name. So having a large portion of my net worth in Pokemon isn't as risky for where we're at in life. And so don't take it the wrong way. Like I got all kind of leverage. I got bills. I got, I'm a teeter. And if Pokemon goes to zero, I'm really screwed. It would suck. It'd set us back in life, but it wouldn't like bankrupt me. But yeah, so full transparency there. Don't get the wrong idea.
Right. I think this call is great, guys. Like it's really good because we're seeing like the reality behind it. Like we talk about these cards, we enjoy the hobby, we talk about the investing, but we're just guys too. We got bills to pay. Like, and we're not millionaires.
So
Oh, I don't know. I don't know Nick. I think Nick's doing pretty well in his views for sure. But no, I mean, we're not millionaires sitting back here being like, oh man, like, geez, like I'm so rich, you should invest in Pokemon cards. Like, we're doing it for fun too and trying to share the hobby. At least I am. It's not like some superhuman thing we're doing. And I think it's great, J Love, that you're so open as well in talking about this. Like you're living within your means. So am I. Like everybody is.
Yeah, I think most
There is
people around the
something-
world right now are, and we can talk about that a little bit more in a second, because I didn't want to start with the whole what Rudy spoke about in his video about how like things are tough and people are doing tough out there, which is a thing, right? And you know, the whole doom and gloom thing to suggest that you guys are back in the wrong horse. There's a lot of points that just be thrown around, so I just wanted to address. And I can see Nick, I can see Opossum Bud there in the bottom left. He's itching, right? But
For what?
I don't know. It looks like you're fired, like you've been charging up there for a little bit. You've been quiet. But Colin, you mentioned before, you know, the bank would shut down, or like if you're investing in property, there could be a fire or whatever, right? And I think you're equating, and this is to answer Nomix's question to me about 5 or 10 minutes ago. I feel like you kind of are equating traditionally safe and less risky areas of investment with Pokemon cards unfairly. I think Pokemon cards are significantly, and I'm sure you guys agree with this too, right? And this is why I was saying I don't think a lot of investor channels believe what they're saying, right? So I think you kind of undersell how risky the area is and how risky speculative assets are versus traditional means of investment like property. A lot of people in the chat are saying, oh, this guy doesn't know how to invest because all investment is based on data and stats and graphs, etc., right? But property, stocks, all right, property, it's based on trend. It's not based on trends, sorry. Property is based on historical data and growth. You can see the areas where property prices have raised over time, right? Over 20, 30 years. And that's like pretty concrete stuff. Property isn't exactly speculative compared to something like stocks. So that data is more grounded. Stocks, you invest you invest in a company, you become a shareholder, you're investing in what that company is building, or the growth of that company over time. If they're investing in experimental areas of research, like, I don't know, graphene or something, right? You're investing in the future potential of that product or what they're developing, right? And you're seeing financial statements. You're sitting there on shareholder meetings, like you're getting reports, you're seeing administrative moves within that company. So again, the data is a lot more grounded. There's an element of speculation. I'll say shares have significantly more, like a higher element of speculation compared to property, right? And then you have stuff like crypto, which is like, I don't know, you got like white papers and stuff, and you read through the cryptocurrency to see if it's going to be like a real product over time. But crypto is probably the most speculative out of all of those. But then you have Pokemon cards, right? But you have Pokemon cards, which is not. It's a collectible. Its worth is based on combined interest of it over time. So I don't think.
I think it's sort of the crux of the question here is whether or not you think, like, how risky you think it really is, and how that is worth to you relative to the potential upside. Because
what's a factor that makes it like, sorry.
Shoot, go
Nick. Pokemon's extremely risky.
What's a factor that makes it like super risky though? Like what makes it so much riskier than like, say, like a stock or a 401k or something like that? What would be the big thing between Pokemon cards and those things?
So I think what I
would say,
wanted to get
I would
to,
put Pokemon.
I
would put Pokemon sealed product in between, mutual funds, S&P index, and single stocks or crypto. I honestly would argue that single stocks or crypto would be more volatile than the Pokemon sealed product that bought at the right price. And you can do better on crypto or single stocks, but you can do better on Pokemon product than an S&P index or a mutual fund, and that kind of it's all in line, right? The riskier you get, the more gains you can make. And so, I would say S&P index, mutual fund, probably the safest. Then I would say probably Pokemon sealed product in the 80s or 90s, holding for 3 to 5 years. And then I would probably say stocks, single stocks, and single cryptocurrencies after that. That's kind of how I would structure it, as risk level.
I think what's nice about Pokemon is that, in my opinion, it's actually a much simpler market than a lot of the other markets that we deal with. With stocks, you are investing in like the future cash flow and profitability of a business, their ability to grow that over time. And there's a lot of great things that come with that. There's a reason it's such a staple investment vehicle. But on the
20
flip
years
side,
ago, Blockbuster was a staple.
totally. And
Exactly.
things can go wrong. And you're also
the Blockbusters.
buying at a price that is based on what people think is justifiable at a given time. There's a lot of like consumer sentiment, investment market sentiment that goes into those prices that I think it's great. I'm heavily invested in the stock market, but Pokemon by comparison is just kind of simple. If I look at a sealed box, if I think it's a great set that people are going to like, and I think that the demand for Pokemon will even stay flat, a little less, like stay relatively the same, I know people will open those boxes and consume it. The supply will go down, and there's a good chance it'll go up. And that dynamic, I think, is actually a lot simpler and a lot less random, Julian, than maybe you think from what I saw in your video.
I can see that. Do you guys think time frames and like how established something is definitely plays into how safe something could be viewed as well? Do you think breaking
For me,
down
it does
Pokemon
matter.
eras could
I'm
definitely affect
like,
like how people look at that too?
I think so. When I got back in the hobby, I was scared to death to put $1,000 into a single box or a single card, and now it just seems almost like second nature. I think as things
Right?
become more established, it helps.
Okay. So what about comparing it to like 401ks and like, the index 500 or anything like that? What do you think like the big thing with that is for comparing those two time frames? Like when was 401ks actually established?
I don't know the answer to that.
1978, right? It was about 1978 when 401ks were enacted, something like that. When was the actual index 500 actually enacted? When was that actually a big thing that people started putting money into?
Was it enacted, or when was it like widely accepted by the public? Those are two
When was it
different dates.
widely accepted? When do you think people like actually started putting big time money into it? How far back could you go to see like when these funds actually started going up?
I would say
Yeah,
that. I would say that
I was listening
80s?
to
But probably
no,
got
like
its inception around the 50s or something like that, like 1950 something, probably in that time frame, which I'm pretty sure even further back than that, it was probably an act. I could look it up to be specific, but I want to say like the 20s or something is when stuff like that actually got into it. Pokemon's one of those really interesting things where there are several different eras of investing and collecting in that because there's so many different eras when people are interested in stuff. For example, all of us collect different things, and this is how I see it. So we have people such as PokeRev, Cool Trainer Ryan, all these motherfuckers, right? They're up there. They're heavily into vintage. My goofy ass cannot afford vintage. I can't do that. There's no way I'm putting money into that currently right this second, and that is out of my league. So what do? I try to buy things that I like in my time frame. So when you're looking at that stuff, such as Sun and Moon, XY, Sword and Shield, anything like that, I have a much smaller time frame of graph of which I'm allowed to actually go from. X and Y has only been around for 10 years. And when we look at that actual data trend, I guarantee around 2020, we're going to see a big old, it's going up like this, and then 2020 happens like zoop, kind of like that, probably 2021. I don't exclusively think it was COVID. One of the big things I think actually caused a lot of people to start getting interest in boxes, I think, is content creation. I think people ripping and shipping. I think people opening up for content. I think the overall interest of this stuff has changed. The risk, in my personal opinion, when it talks about like traditional incomes or anything like dropping into like 401ks, any kind of retirement plan or something like that, is you have a much harder time selling that to people because you have a much smaller time frame in which you can actually reference to, especially if you look specifically at Sword and Shield. Yes, booster boxes as a whole are great, but not every Sword and Shield booster box is going to have the same Pokemon that people are interested in. Heck, we can't even guarantee Scarlet and Violet's going to have a great set in it that people are going to want to invest in past 151. Yeah, sure, they're probably going to put something out, but what if it's just all a bunch of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon? What if they double down? They're like, heck yeah, we really think the Scarlet and Violet lineup is going to be the best stuff ever, and they put like the Pokemon the majority of people don't necessarily like on there right this second. Where do you think that average, like that little in between, is going to be from, where it talks about actually averaging out these graphs that you can go like, there's a 3-year graph, here's a 10-year graph, and then here's a 50-year graph for like the 401k for how far back I could have invested and how far back I can put money into?
Yeah, I mean, the history wasn't always there for those investments, though, and the people who got into those investments earlier, like Warren Buffett, other guys, they're the ones that did the best and made the most money. And so you could actually argue the opposite for Pokemon right now. Getting in early before it's that established, you can make more money, actually.
Yeah, did people actually put money into it, though? Did people like trust banks, or did people actually trust their 401k? There's people that were putting money in. Yeah, Warren Buffett and then put money into it because of big risk. Yeah, people made a ton off Bitcoin because they took a big risk. And I definitely think Pokemon as a whole, I'm not really so crazy like into it, like where like some people are like, oh, you can't make any money off Pokemon as a thing. I absolutely think you can sit on a booster box or two and you'll probably make some funds in the future. The problem is where is this cap? Like, for example, where are X and Y booster boxes going to cap at?
Well, I mean, we're gonna get into like more conversation here because like my strategy's always been to sell. My strategy's always to take profits. So my strategy's always been in that $300 to $600 mark is to start selling off your boxes, taking your profits. If you want to keep some long term, go ahead, but at least get down to a zero cost basis. You can keep what you have at zero risk. Move into the newer sets at $80, $90, $100. Hold those 3, 5, 6 years. Sell those off, and you continually rinse and repeat. And so you build up all of this net worth like that, and you have no risk left in all your long-term investments, and you continue to move the goalpost forward. So that's what
Is
I would
that
tell
better
people.
than
I would say
necessarily putting money into a 401k for 10 years? Is liquidating maybe lower risk things into that mindset, like actually go, okay, this went up like $100 right here, and I'm making that. Does that necessarily correlate to your graph where you're making $8,000 off of XY and all that stuff? Yes, XY, absolutely, because that's what the data is now. Does that correlate 100% to Scarlet and Violet currently?
No, but you're not doing that, but your funds are. So all of those funds you're talking about, those are actively managed funds, meaning you're not making buys and sells, but the actual fund managers are buying and selling
Yeah,
stocks
but
out of
those are
in
your
your 401.
funds. Those are yours. You're trying to convince other people or tell people that Pokemon investing is a solid move based off of things they're putting into. Not everyone has X and Y. Not everyone has Sun and Moon. Not everyone has Sword and Shield. I can't afford that stuff. I can't afford an X and Y booster box currently this time. So you're kind of trying to relate this stuff to Scarlet and Violet product when you're not necessarily giving people Scarlet and Violet data to its fullest. I have the entirety of X and Y data minus where it caps out at for sure, but I don't have that stuff for Scarlet and Violet. People already don't. I mean, heck, Colin over there was just like Scarlet and Violet for the most part. Minus 151 is terrible. Where does it say that
I did not
mindset's not
say
going to
that.
continue on?
It's like
You
that's
did.
like asking.
Did not
You
say
did. You
that.
said it was underwhelming.
No.
You said it was
Dude.
underwhelming and it wasn't that good.
Just
Dude,
the
that's like
latest
asking for
release
earnings.
of that.
That's like asking for earnings reports and projections out like in 26, 27, 28 for stocks. Like you're asking for future predictions. There's not
Predictions.
it's the same in
There
either
are
market.
predictions for that stuff, though, right? Maybe not necessarily that far, but there are predictions and what like expectations are, right?
I can do that same thing based on what the past data shows
Exactly.
us.
That's my thing is like, how are these two things different? Like you specifically said, show me like a 401k and show me things that are outperforming it when they're almost basically the same thing based off how much money you're putting into. And for a 401k, you have further back data where it can actually go into that. You could have invested before 10 years. It is actually impossible for me to have invested in 10 years past for anything XY or anything like that. Same with Scarlet and Violet. I have a 1 year investment data that I can actually pull from. And I think the hard sell you're going to have a hard time doing with this is convincing people that this is going to be as traditionally grounded across the eras of Pokemon as a 401k or something like that, because you did bring that up in your video. I thought that was
Alex was telling
25 years ago.
Alex was saying that he was going to be buying one booster box of every single
Yes.
set starting 10 years ago. So if he wanted to start 20 years ago, he would have started buying one booster box of every set 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, go look
And
at base set.
I don't know
got
if
that
Alex is
compatibility.
actually
You could have
trying
made
to.
money off that.
Alex isn't trying
Could've.
to sell people on his things. I mean, sure, that's
what's
like
the
the
point of the
take on
video?
YouTube because that's what gets clicks. But Alex is doing that
What's the point? What's the point then?
because it's fun to make content. People are watching his content.
So you're not telling anybody that Pokemon is a safe investment. I was saying, show me anything that outperforms this stuff in like this 10-year period. That's not anything, right? You're not telling anybody that this is going to be a safer investment or an outperforming investment in any of that stuff. That's not a statement that came out of someone's mouth.
That's my opinion. That's coming out of my mouth. I'll say that.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, and that's the controversy. That's where Julian's coming from with his stuff versus property and all that stuff too. There is a longer time frame people can actually pull from to feel safer about that stuff. It's not that people don't think Pokemon's really like a good way to make money or anything like that. It's just there's a lot of external factors with that stuff too, such as content creation, what people are ripping and shipping, what people are going to be interested in. Yes, Pokemon in theory could just go up and up and up forever, but it could also cap out at some point. And then people who want to get into investing said XY, said black and white, said diamond and pearl. I mean, at that cap, yes, in theory, it could go back up from there. But if there's no interest, no one's moving it, there's no reason for people to buy it. It's just going to do that again. At some point, someone's going to be left holding a bag.
Back 25 years, no Pokemon boxes ever went to zero. I could point thousands of stocks that went to zero on bankrupt.
Fine,
so
but that's not necessarily. That's people who had that box day one. And you're not talking to everybody who had these boxes day one. That's kind of the whole thing with Julian.
No Pokemon box has ever shown it's going to go to zero, meaning it's actually less risky than buying stocks.
Pokemon boxes have dropped in value, though, correct? There have been some that have dropped in value from an all-time high, though, right?
Yeah, but they're all still higher than when you could have bought in at release.
But that's not what everyone's doing. That's not what everyone's trying to do. And I get what you're saying for Scarlet and Violet. I understand what you're saying, but like you don't have that kind of level of data for Scarlet and Violet, in my opinion. That's the whole thing. You don't have that. And that's where people are trying to actually go into that.
True. And we don't have, you know, NVIDIA's earnings for 26, 27, and 28. I get you.
No, but we have probably stuff going back further than Scarlet and Violet, Sword and Shield.
But we
I have
didn't.
enough data
All right,
where I can
go
make.
back to when Apple and Amazon, all these things were brand new. We didn't have data for those. People still invested in them.
Yeah, they did. And they took a big old risk for that stuff too.
That's what Pokemon is. Pokemon is risky as well.
Right, but
that's Julian's point. That's what he said.
No, that's the point.
I don't think that's what he's saying.
The amount of reward you get is based on the risk level. If you want to invest in a fund, it's less risk than Pokemon. I feel Pokemon is less risky than a single stock or a crypto.
No,
based on what?
Yeah, dude, that's crazy, man. You got to admit that's crazy. You got to admit that is crazy.
Pokemon being less risky than crypto? That's not crazy at all. Crypto is
stocks and crypto. Stocks and crypto.
I think that
stock shares
I agree
and
with
crypto.
what Alex said. That is more volatile. I do agree with that. I'm just saying, like, based on what do you think it's safer?
Buying a $90 booster box tells me it's safer. I've been in the hobby 10 years. I've never seen one drop below the 70s ever, not one time.
Okay, is it impossible though?
Is it impossible for anything to happen? No.
Is it possible that Pokemon is going to be around forever? Is it possible that it's just going to be up and up and up forever?
I would say it's highly likely that in my working lifetime, by the time I want to retire, yes, Pokemon will still be around and successful in the next 20, 30 years. Yes.
Okay.
I don't care about 100 years. I can care less.
People are basically having issues with the time frame for what it is. Pokemon is still a young hobby. Content creation in Pokemon's even younger, and a lot of the channels that are talking about this are even younger than that. The actual experience and mindset that comes from that too, versus the long terms of traditionally funded things such as 401ks or things like that. It's definitely an argument point that you're going to have to argue with more data than just like, yeah, here's 3 years of, you know, Sword and Shield. Here's 10 years of X and Y. Yes, it looks great, you know, when you talk about that stuff. But at the same time, like, here's 50 years of the 401k.
Look, he's a fund manager. Depending on your age, depending on what your risk tolerance is, if you want to take more risk, you are going to have higher rewards or higher losses. That's what Pokemon is. You're taking on a higher risk, but to paint it as this like ultra risky thing, like you're throwing your money into a black hole with the amount of data we have, I don't agree with that.
No, it's the same with like any kind of like funding though too. Like, is it a black hole to throw your money in a 401k?
No, I'm not saying it is. I think all these things have a relatively amount of safeness to them.
Just so I'm clear, 401ks, they do a profit. That where they match. Like you put in $10, they match $10.
They
Some
might.
places do,
Like,
yeah.
A 401k
Yeah,
is
okay,
basically
look,
just
it's
just a company sponsored fund. It's some companies match, some don't, but it's
okay. All right.
It's a fund you put into. You can invest out of that fund into mutual funds or index funds or things like that.
All right, I see. So yeah, we have something similar in Canada. It's RSP. Like sometimes the company matches, sometimes they don't. You get a tax deduction, right?
RSP.
Like, yeah. So like I get a tax deduction if I put like X amount in whatever. But I just so I'm clear, I do not think that Pokemon are a risk-off investment. Pokemon cards are a risk-on investment. 100%. You should view it as that. I do view them on the same level as crypto. If you've ever bought like some of the weird like shitcoins or altcoins, like there's often disclaimers that say, hey, just so you know, guys, this could be a scam before you buy it on that platform. Like that's just kind of how it goes. And you've just got to be aware of that. And on my channel, I do say, I know I'm quite a small channel, you guys might not have watched, but I say Pokemon investing should be a small portion of a well-balanced investment portfolio. I do talk about the risks. Reprints, restocks, they are a risk if people have a short-term investment horizon on booster boxes. But to Alex's point, like over time, if you are buying these low rather than buying into the hype and buying them when they are already inflated, I don't think you're really going to lose your money. And if you do, if that box goes to zero, you just open the cards of a game that you enjoy. Like, I mean, that to me at the end of the day is like, man, it's okay.
That's different from investing, though.
I dislike
It is.
I dislike the at the end of the day, if it goes to zero, you lose money, just open it argument. I just think that's
why not?
Oh, because
Julian doesn't want to lose money on that.
No, because
invest in stock.
I think it's a cop out. Like, oh well, at the end of the day, no matter what, you can open it up. Because you're talking about because you're talking about you can, right? But you're talking about money that people are investing in the hopes to make money. And if you don't make money, it's fine. Just open it up.
So before you go into any investment, like let's say a mutual fund or like any trading platform you use, you have to click the disclaimer or you have to sign the fun facts. Yes, I understand the risks. And if people know the risks and can go in with their eyes wide open, then that is their own decision, right? And I mean, if people want to make content, like myself that says, hey, I think this is a good investment, I think you want to go for it, and you guys can make it your own decision, here's why. People can make their own choices, right? Whether you guys think that is right or wrong ethically, I think a lot of the problem with that people have with investing is they confuse it with kind of the scalping side of things, which I don't think that is. I think there's been a lot of scalping and people that are price gouging, which ethically I don't agree with. And I think that they kind of go hand in hand. There's a fine line between the two. And people get kind of really caught up in that rather than, oh, is this a risky investment or not? Yes, of course, there's risk to any investment vehicle that you go for. There's just different levels of risks. There's what you can do with the asset. Like you invest in property, Julian, which I think is fantastic. It should be the bedrock of any investment portfolio.
I don't invest in. I'm not a real estate mogul. Sorry, I just have a house.
Well, no,
yeah.
I mean, look, you have a mortgage, right? So you're building equity in your home, so you can use that equity. I can't go and take the equity out of my my booster boxes. I can't do that. If I want to go and buy something else, right, I can't do that, right? Their stocks pay dividends, right? They split, they do all these other things. Like they're extremely liquid. So, I try and talk about this on my channel. Like they are different to these things. You shouldn't just be going blindly into this. You should understand the risks. And I do see Nick's side of the argument. I do see your side of the argument, Julian. I see it as a hobby investment. Go and have fun with it. And yeah, go ahead.
No, go. Continue. Sorry.
I think if it does go to zero, like I don't think it's a cop out to say, if you were expecting it with just complete ignorance, or if like you are blindly believing people, and there are some bad apples, right? I think there are some people out there that are potentially just trying to, get the views or whatever. I'm going to tell you guys honestly, like I say this without arrogance, I do not need the money. Okay, I'm in an extremely good spot in my life. I make the content because it's fun, because I have this creative part of my brain that I want to use, because I work like a dog during COVID. I rediscovered Pokemon at the beginning of COVID after a long kind of time away from it. It really helped me through a very stressful time in my life. And I think, hey, I can probably add some value making this content, and I have a blast doing it. So, look, if people want to invest, that's their decision. Anyway, I'm rambling now. Go ahead.
You're good. No, right. To simplify, I think what Opossum Bud was saying and how I feel as well here is, at some point, this is less about investing and more about gambling, given that we lack the data, especially when he puts his hand in his face, but especially when you're talking about Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield. Well,
so what data do you guys want? Just so we're clear, what data specifically would you like to have?
Disagree. I think the biggest
when you lose, sorry, Nick, and I'll let you spit, right? But when I feel like when you're relying less and less on data, right, and you're comparing it to, sorry.
What data do you guys want specifically? Like, what is the data you guys keep referring to?
What I'm saying is when you're leaning more into the speculative nature of it, it becomes less of an investment and more of a gamble.
All investment is speculative. We don't know what's going to happen in the future.
Right. I don't disagree with that. But when you're talking about investing in shares of a company, Amazon, for example, you've got some level of historical data there now, not at their inception. I would argue that if you're investing in a new company, a startup or something, that you've got a level of data there. You got what the company is presenting, their future, etc. But you're taking a bit of a gamble. You're taking more of a gamble than an educated investment, right? And that's where I feel modern Pokemon card sets are at right now, because everyone is saying, oh, in the past they've just gone up, so these ones are just going to continue to go up as well because it all goes up, right? So then the issue I have with the channels that talk about and why I made this video, right, is that when you're spruiking that to an audience, whether it's out of pure passion, creativity, you have a drive, or because you're backing it yourself and you want to see it sustain, then you want to introduce that level of risk to your own life, go for it. You do whatever you want. But when you start putting that in front of an audience, it becomes a bit of an ethical issue. That was the impetus and the reason why I wanted to make the video that I did. So at what point do you feel like it is not, like, how can you argue that it's not gambling for these ultra modern sets like Scarlet and Violet block?
Data.
I'll give it
It's literally, it's been proven every single set. Here, I want to ask you one more thing before I answer that. So in the beginning, Apple, Amazon stock, when they were new, that was gambling, correct?
Sure.
Yes, I would. There's a significant level. Yeah.
Make that,
yeah.
So they buy the company, it ends up succeeding, and now everyone like looks at them and like, oh, they're so happy for them, they're successful. But in this community, right? We invest, as us investors, we invest, we make that play, it pays off, and then we get hated for it, right? We get hated and talked down to and screamed at.
I don't hate if you make money from Pokemon. I don't hate you.
If you look across look across every Pokemon space, just
super
the name
unwarranted.
Investor is hated.
Super unwarranted.
If you say you're a Pokemon card investor, you're hated.
All right. Well, so it's clear. You shouldn't, right? You shouldn't. No, I don't hate. I'm fucking make it like crystal clear. I don't hate any of you guys. I question the morality of what some channels are doing and what some of your channels are doing, right? But I don't hate you for it. I think if you're coming into this chat and you're hating on either side of the discussion here, you're coming into it the wrong way, right? But
I agree.
Okay, but
okay, here I'll give you what I do on my channel. You can tell me if you think it's ethical. If I come on my channel and I show what I'm doing, what I've been successful with for the past 9 years in this hobby, show the exact plays what I'm making, talk about my my thought processes behind why I'm making those investments in those plays, and then saying, so there's the data, there's what I'm doing, do your due diligence for yourself, make your own plays. How is that unethical?
I don't think it's unethical, but how is it like really like hate if someone criticizes, you know, comparing X and Y to Scarlet and Violet?
No, dude, I'm not talking about that. Come on, man. Like, it's pretty accepted.
That's exactly what you just did. You're like, everyone hates on investing. You just did that same thing.
Dude, Pokemon investors are like the scourge of the community. Everyone hates
investors. Not. Every fucking content page is about money. Everyone here talks about money. No one is like hating on you here. You have plenty of people that watch your content. Do people criticize what you say? Yeah, I mean, like as investors as a whole, they're probably some of the most like successful small pages that we have when it comes to that stuff, man. They're probably, when it comes to smaller content creators, I am an outlier. I am a commentator. I am one of the few people that get small views like I do. Like that's a fact. Most of the people
even
who
Rudy
talk
talks about it.
And where to put this stuff is one of those things where it's like, yeah, this is something I'm getting for views. That's why there's so many channels. There's obviously demand for it. No one hates
even Rudy talks about how much hate he gets, dude. You're gonna like
okay, I get hate too because I talk about things. Does that mean like I'm like, oh, these commentators are just hated all the goddamn time? No, that's not what that means.
Act like the Pokemon community has no problem with investors. We're gonna have to act like, huh?
We're gonna act like the majority of people here aren't into this shit for money. Is that what we're gonna do?
All right, man.
For real, are people not here for money? Is that not the majority?
It's ridiculous. I mean, you could ask
is
a
that
million
not the
people
majority?
Is
that not the majority
like
of content? Yes or no? Is that not the majority of content? Yes or no?
Nick, what are you asking?
Yeah.
Do most people here in the community, when they make content, talk about money when it comes to the Pokemon TCG side of the house? Do they mention money?
So are you asking if I'm doing my YouTube channel to make money?
No, I'm asking if your content brings up money or the money price point that you can do with Pokemon.
Sure.
Yeah. Like it. How is investing?
I don't
in money
understand your
topics
point.
in the Pokemon point hated so much that it is literally the most talked about thing when it comes to the Pokemon TCG minus the playability. How is it this hated concept?
That's weird. All the biggest channels aren't investing channels. All the investing channels are the smallest.
Oh, really?
Channels.
They don't talk about money or investments or any of that stuff?
Talking about money and talking about investment is a completely different thing.
They are?
I'd say.
Why?
I mean, the investing channels are the smallest channels in the community, so I don't know how that would work.
You don't think there's card openers that are smaller?
There's all kinds.
I mean, what I'm saying, the largest channels in the community are not investing. You don't think
commentators here are small? Like, dude, we're on like the kind of the same level, like content wise. Like, yeah, we're kind of in that same little bracket. Like, that's an outlandish take, in my personal opinion, to be like money here is just so hated and investing in Pokemon is just so hated, when people will literally go out and be like, yeah, I'm gonna grab a couple of these boxes. Here's where the box is sitting at. Let's go check this price over here. Like, I just don't know where that take is coming from when so many people emulate that content. I don't understand that.
Bro, go read your own comment section when you make an Investor Bro video. Look how much hate there is.
Okay, look at all the people in your comment section when you make an Investor Bro video that are like, this is such a great video. This is what this is. Yappa deepa dopa doppa doo. Like, what the heck, man? Like, that's not even like a crazy. How many videos do I make? How many Pokemon commentators are there versus investor pages?
I have no clue.
not that
Exactly.
many
You don't
commentators
know.
that I know about.
I don't.
Exactly. There's more people who put into investing than commentators because that is where people want to see views. People that make videos like myself or Roxandy, typically they don't either do that great or there's not enough people who are actually interested in those topics in order for people to warrant those views. I am kind of a weird outlier in that take. I'm not really too sure why, but that is how that is. There is way more investor pages than there is pages like myself. That's just a fact when it comes to that, when it comes to the Pokemon space as a whole.
I mean,
But
the
the
money
pages that
thing
don't
is
talk about investing are the
consistent
ones
thread.
getting more views, more subscribers.
What do you,
It's
okay, like
consistent
how long have I
thread
been making
between
content too?
investors and collectors. But there is something I feel like there's a switch between sort of the collector mindset and the investor mindset. And I think I see where Nomics is coming from. I think I've seen a lot of negativity thrown at the investor mindset specifically. But collectors are still trying to get their hands on cards or boxes before, they appreciate too much in price, trying to get the right deal so they can maximize the way that they apply their money to collecting the things they want to collect. And I think there's something inherently fun about the value component of Pokemon. Like opening a pack and pulling a card that's worth a lot is fun, even if it's not one that you particularly like.
Which is why money here is king,
exciting.
and people make money-driven content more popularly than other different types of content, such as people opening up. I mean, hell, even Max Mofo, when he was opening up content, even though he doesn't sell anything, the money and the value of the card is what drives a lot of people to be interested in said card.
Yeah, I agree with you for sure. That like money is a big part of the content, and it's pretty dominant for sure. And I
People
always
don't hate
appreciate the
the money
creators
part
who
though.
focus on other
People hate the investor part of it.
I don't-
People
That's just-
inherently.
I think
People
you're
inherently-
I think you're
numbers of
boogeymanning.
that, that's
I think you're
just not
boogeymanning,
true.
man.
That's just not true based off how many of you guys exist, how many consistent views you get. 5,000 views, by the way, Colin, is amazing. That is a great video for someone
I
who
agree with
hasn't
you.
been making content that long. And I think
Completely
you
agree with
deserve
you.
it. I completely love watching people's take when it comes to money and things like that as well. I don't inherently think there's anything wrong with people making money in this space. There are just certain risk things that I think myself and Julian, I'm not even like really as crazy in it like Julian can be sometimes, even though I agree with a lot of things he says. There's just things about it, in my personal opinion, that are not comparable and that definitely needs to be talked about more versus like other ways people can talk about Pokemon cards. That's my personal opinion.
Just depends on your risk tolerance and what you feel makes sense to you. You can justify it any way you want. You can justify it with data. You can just look at your gut feeling about where the culture is moving or how people are feeling. I think all those things are valid.
Yeah. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we're both like the same thing. It's just two flip sides of that coin. Honestly, we have more in common, honestly, than other people.
I have this weird thing where I just love sealed boxes, man. I don't know what to tell you. When I see Nomics stacked up on a mountain of sealed boxes like that, that just gets me going. I mean that seriously too. I don't know what it is about sealed stuff.
It was vintage sealed boxes, sealed packs. Like I don't know. I'm a sealed collector. I don't know what to say.
You gotta start on OnlyFans, dude. Like it's getting him going with these boxes. Like let's get it on. Yeah, let's get it going. That's how you rock 'em. Well, that's how you really make money.
Am I correct that the outcome of that conversation was that nobody hates us as investors as much as we seem to think?
Absolutely. No one, like the comments that people get, like I get those same comments too on videos about people I talk about as well. I understand what Alex is saying. Yes, he does get some pretty nasty comments. I have seen him. I also get those comments, but the majority of his comments are overflowingly positive, full of experiences where people have had success in putting money into boxes and seeing things go up. I would say that's probably true, right?
I think that.
Can I push back on that though?
Sure.
Go.
So you're making a video. You make your videos actually like coming at someone directly, like personally. I'm making videos just showing numbers and my investments. I'm getting attacked for that. Like why? Why is that something?
What about that video you made about like Danny Phantom? Was that a video actually going after somebody?
100%. That's one video. Like, how is every video like I'm getting attacked about showing investments though? Why is investing so hated?
How often do you get attacked for that?
Every single video. Go to my videos. Every single video.
One or two people. You know how many times, like in my video, I'll have one person that calls me like some kind of slur or something.
Did you feel attacked by the video that I made? Genuine question.
I did not.
Dude, no. I didn't even know you made it first. Second, no. I just that's why I told you before we got on here. I just wanted to come on to have a legitimate conversation, both give our sides. I don't think anyone did anything wrong. I even told everyone in the chat beforehand, I don't even know what we're going to talk about tonight because I don't know what we're debating here.
I
really enjoyed your video, Julian.
Oh, thank you, bro.
Me too.
I wish I had a bit more of me in it, but it was a good video.
Sorry, man. I think, look, all right. I think you definitely were not looked upon kindly during the, what was it? It was like late 2020, 2021 period where we had just,
people confuse them with like flippers.
Right. That whole Champions path onwards era until we got to, what was it, like Brilliant Stars when the supply issue sort of fixed it up. I think a lot of people hated your channels back then, or they hated channels like yours back then, because it meant those channels felt like they were contributing to the lack of supply, and they were the reason why prices were so high. Now, I don't think so. I think there's like a little leftover resentment, but there's not so much hate. For the most part, I feel like many people are just ignoring, like if you feel like your videos aren't getting views, I think it's just because people aren't really, they feel like they're getting told the same thing over and over and over again. So it's what's the word for it? Fatigue, maybe? Yeah, like there's that.
So saturated.
Right. So there's like a little bit of fatigue there, right? But I don't think anyone hates you.
It has nothing to do with the views.
Right, but I didn't see anybody from. I looked through all your comments. I didn't see anybody from my community come and brigade you guys and tell you guys, you guys were asshats.
Just Nick.
I don't feel like it's there. I feel like it's a bit of a boogeyman. Like you feel like you're hated.
I don't.
So I agree with Nick.
I mean, like 1 in 100
I think
comments.
they're trying to make it sound like I'm being attacked, like Alex is being attacked. I'm just saying, like, the investor word in the Pokemon community is like a negative word. It's got a negative connotation to it. When most people in the community hear that word, it's like a negative thing. Is what I'm trying to say.
I don't feel that way, Alex. I'm like I don't feel that way genuinely. I'm not trying to argue with you or prove you wrong in any way. Like, you know, I started doing my Instagram like in like August last year, and it's pretty positive. Like maybe I get 1 or 2 comments every now and again calling me like investor scum or something, but I actually find those quite funny. Yeah, I don't see it. Like every now and again someone's there, and I think maybe they're like old school or they have some issues. I don't know, but I do think like there's a reason the views are so high for smaller channels. Like the ratio of views, like you look at, like I was doing YouTube research, and it's like if you've got like 10 subscribers, you should expect 1 view, right? Like it's like 10% of the people that watch. Like for me, like I was starting out with like 200 subscribers and getting like 10,000 views, and it's like, and I see the same thing for a lot of other channels too. And I mean, there's videos that just pop off, and I just think there is so much interest, and people are genuinely up for it. They wanna watch what's going on. They're interested in the values. And I think most of them are really positive. I really do. I like you, Alex. Just so you know, I've seen on your videos before where you're like, people don't really like me. I really enjoy your content. I watch it quite often, and I think you are a good content creator. So I just want you to know that, okay, buddy? It's gonna be all right.
Dude, we got here. Push it to office. Like, dude, this I don't know how it got centered around me or something. This has zero to do with me. It's just the investor word here. Like here, Poke Office, you get the same stuff, right? People hate Pokemon investors, am I right?
I completely agree with you for sure. I think there's that like ew or yuck that comes with talking about Pokemon investing. Like, and to be fair, my channel doesn't get nearly as much hate as yours seems to do, because I've looked through your comments as well, and for some reason, I don't know if people think I'm just a naive idiot, or like I was saying before we went live, I was like, my most hated comment is someone was telling me to go work out, and I was like, yeah, thanks. I do need to lose a couple pounds for sure.
That's a little goofy.
I don't want to get one guyed by my comment section here. The comment section that I had as well in my vid. But I definitely had a lot of people conflate criticism with hate. So like my video came across as like hateful because it was critical. And I am seeing as well in chat here, Fargan Vestige said, if you go into the main subreddit and talk about investing on Pokemon, you'll be chased out. The community at large does not like investors. It's almost as bad as the Magic the Gathering clowns. There was another one there. Yeah, well, that was about a different topic. But yeah, I feel like maybe there's just criticism is getting misconstrued for hate. Because I think criticism is healthy. I mean, that's why I made the video that I made, because I was critical. And it wasn't a personal attack. I didn't say your fucking hat looks stupid or, you know, Colin's room sucks. Like, it was just like, That's personal. That's like, that's
It's
unnecessary.
a nice room, by the way.
Why are we trying to make it this though? Like even like in the chat, they're saying like a victim complex.
No, but like if you're getting
I'm not
criticized,
making this
Well,
about
I
me.
can-
It's
I
just
can
like
answer that for you,
investing,
actually,
the
right
investing
there.
term in general. Zero about me. I don't feel attacked.
So
I just
it's
feel
not.
like in the community, investing is.
I can help you out with that real quick. So that's not particularly to you because a couple of these guys don't experience the same level of hate. I can actually answer a little bit of that for you. I think it's more about how you come off with content. And I'm kind of the same way with that too. People naturally will not like me because of how I am and what I say and what I do and how I express my opinions. For example, I think some people might have took it as like a victim complex, because in your thumbnail for that video where you had Julian's face, his beautiful face up here like that, the video said responding to JLUV's attacks in all caps. I think that was one of the things that maybe kind of gave it off as like victimhood, because you were in the video for 7 seconds alongside a bunch of other people. I think it's the content. I don't necessarily think it's like the investing. Like Roxanne doesn't get the same level of hate that I do, for example, because of how
you make titles and thumbnails get clicked.
Oh yeah, but like that comes with consequences though too, right? That comes with like people that are going to look at that, obviously, because people are going to look at that and be like, oh well, that's an attack or something like that, and then they go watch JLUV's video and it's like, but he was in there for 7. Alex's name never even came up. You weren't even mentioned really. Like they showed a little snippet of you and that was it.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. This isn't about me. It's just about investors in general.
Point? Well, you were saying that like you're getting hate, and these guys over here are saying they
No.
You're
not understanding Alex one bit. You go on Reddit, you go on Facebook, you go anywhere, and that word investing followed by Pokemon, or Pokemon followed by investing, and it's like, ooh, get away from me.
Except
There's
on
that
the actual Poke investing subreddit though, right? That's where that doesn't happen.
You just admit it, dude. Investor bros are hated. It's no big deal. Just admit
I'm not
it.
admitting shit to you because that's not true. You guys statistically have more views.
I thought we settled that.
Into your content. There's more channels. That's not true. You have a whole separate subreddit for Poke investing that is huge. It is one of the biggest subreddits in Pokemon. That is just a fucking lie. That's not true.
I thought
everyone loves investors.
I literally thought we got over that hump of you guys felt like you weren't oppressed, and now you're back to feeling oppressed.
I don't hate any of you. I like you, Colin. I like you, Gray. I like you, Rob. I like you, Alex. I don't dislike any of you guys. And I think like people voicing their opinions, it's like I don't dislike anybody or anything, but you guys to say like you're the most hated people in like this entire community, in my personal opinion, is just a little disingenuous, man.
Not us as people, not like me and Colin.
No, investors, right. Like you as investors, as your page. Obviously not you guys. You guys are great people, I'm sure, but your channels, you're what you talk about. I'm not always like this whenever I'm at work. I don't bust into work and kick in the door and go like, "What's up, you fucking pussies? Let's fucking do this shit." I don't do that.
I don't know, man.
Let's
move on. All right, Julian, next
topic. You show up to work, and we know.
Yeah, next topic, obviously, disagreement, and we can't talk about it. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Okay, I wanted to talk about the whole reprint thing. So, I am just want to make this super clear, right? I'm reading Twitch chat, which is deader than dead. This is a purely YouTube stream today, so Twitch chat rip. I'll be back later. I'm seeing YouTube. I'm seeing YouTube. Yeah,
Julian,
sorry.
Can I interrupt you for a second? What's your typical YouTube like subscriber, or not subscriber? The like how many concurrent viewers? There's like 539 on my computer right now. Is this big?
Yeah, I think it's irrelevant to this topic, but this is a big stream for us. Usually it's between
that's a
it can be between 50 to 200, but yeah, 500 is a lot. So
we
got a lot of people watching.
There's a lot of I could care less about the divisiveness of Pokemon investing or collecting or whatever is going on here. I was just here for the chat. But the fact of the matter is people are interested in this stuff.
Of course, yeah. I knew this was going to be a good stream because I think people wanted to see people speak face to face instead of go video by video.
Who would be interested in this? Look at all these guys.
No. So I'm like obviously super grateful for everybody who's come here to the stream, right? But I'm just mindful, right? Because I'm like trying to balance the conversation and the chat at the same time. Chat's gonna rip into me when I say this, right? Because there's also like a lot of people in the chat that are like, JLUV doesn't know anything about investing, and like this is the JLUV getting educated stream. I'll be the first to admit this is investing, shares, crypto, etc. Not my forte. not everyone's an expert at everything. That's why I got multiple people onto the stream that know more about certain topics, certain fields than I do to come and talk, like people like Rob and Nomics that come in. So that's the whole point of the stream. But you guys arc up when I make certain, when I talk about certain things. I'm going to talk about reprints real quick. All right.
We love that.
Right. So when it comes to talking about data and things that we can rely on, one thing I feel like is a pretty solid point is the potential for reprints and what the Pokemon Company is doing, not just the Pokemon Company International, TPCI, but also the Pokemon Company Japan. Now, you guys don't talk a lot about Japanese Pokemon cards on your channels.
I do.
Well, okay.
I feel like I do too.
Rob and Gray do.
Shut down.
Rob and Gray do, right? Right. Rob and Gray do, right? But I feel like what it kind of is getting overlooked in general across like the investor YouTube space is what TPC Japan did last year and are doing this year with Scarlet Violet sets. If you don't know, they're literally just printing these booster boxes constantly. They are sitting on shelves. They are getting below retail price. If you factor in like buying Japanese booster boxes from American sellers that are importing it, Gray importing it, and then selling on TikTok Shop with all those discounts, you can get it less than retail price. So there's very clear precedent that TPC Japan are willing to just print like to meet that demand and completely water it all down. Why do you feel like something, I guess Nomics' channel, I feel like you spoke about this a little bit, like reluctant to admit that there is strong precedent, strong potential for that to happen with Scarlet Violet down the line? Like, how can you don't feel like you've spoken about that?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think all Scarlet and Violet can get a reprint. I mean, if it doesn't, it's kind of like an anomaly. I think what's going on in Japan, and this can be, you guys can refute it, it's fine, it's an opinion. I think it's going through a lot of what like kind of the vintage market did back in 2020, 2021. It got a huge influx of new people, huge influx of popularity. We saw things get to prices they should have never gotten to. We've seen like waifu spike to, tens of thousands of dollars. And, it's kind of like it's deflating. People have lost money. People are leaving that side of the hobby or leaving the hobby in general because they got hurt. And money's just being pulled away at the same time as Pokemon was trying to dump tons of supply to quench the amount of demand. And we're just in that time period like we were with like the whole Vivid Voltage, Darkness Ablaze, Shining Fates reprints where the popularity demand fell off, but the supply got dumped right at the wrong time. And I just think that's what's going on in Japan right now. I think, as time ages, it'll end up working itself out. But I think it's just going to be in for a little rough, maybe a year or 2 years, just like Pokemon, Sword and Shield was in the beginning, because it kind of had like a little bit of a bubble burst. And, you have a lot of people leaving the hobby and a lot of product getting dumped. And it's just a glut of product right now. That's all.
So I'm not talking about I'm not talking about like the Japanese market and what happened to it. I feel like we can talk about it in a little bit, but I'm talking about what TPC Japan have done and the potential for that to easily happen in the international market, considering it has been done, where they just go harder than what they're going at now. Because, TPC Japan, TPC own TPCI. So
yeah,
if they're doing it at any point, though, TPCI could easily do the exact same thing. I feel anyway.
Yeah.
That makes me nervous. And sorry, Nomics, I'll let you spit right in a second. But like that makes me nervous because I got a lot of people in the chat saying that I am fear mongering or that like I'm a skeptic, right? But that makes me nervous, right? Because I look at that and I go, okay, well, right now I would not put any money into any modern set because it completely blew open the Japanese market. Like that is the reason why Japanese ultra modern Scarlet Violet Japanese right now is not worth the fucking the ink that the cards are printed on. I think I got that right.
Well, when you say any modern set, do you mean any in rotation in print modern set?
For Scarlet Violet, yes. Ignore Sword and Shield.
Okay.
Ignore Sword and Shield. That's a totally different ballgame when it comes to Japanese. But I think it's just the fact that they pressed the button and did it should invoke like a level of fear amongst you guys.
Yeah. And, so unfortunately, there is a sort of thing of timing the market in this hobby. Like if you want to move in early, when sets are released, if you want to get a good entry point in like the 80s, if it drops down there, good chance maybe it doesn't get back down there. Even if reprint happens, it does. Maybe it does, it doesn't. Realistically, what you're looking for is that 2 to 3 year time frame where the sets go out of rotation, out of print, that the reprints are over, and you want to start moving in then, because usually that 2, 3, 4, 5 year time frame, that's when things really start to grow. Yeah, in the first couple years, anything can happen. You could have multiple reprints, massive reprints, a crazy volatility in the product. So I 100% agree with you. It's much less safe in the first 2, 3 years, you could say. But after that, we haven't seen a lot of volatility in these products, is what I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We're also...
Go ahead, Rob.
So go ahead, Colin. No, you go ahead, man. That's cool.
Thanks. I thought the Japanese reprints for Scarlet and Violet were a little bit predictable for the Japanese business. But I have what I've seen, and I haven't been in the hobby for that long, so I'm sure there's some history that will combat this. But in Japan, it feels like they just do their best to print to demand and get prices relatively low. Anything that is scarce, any of the products that's scarce, and going for crazy prices, like they seem to just do their best to not let that happen. And early Scarlet and Violet was crazy expensive. So to me, that signaled that this was probably going to get a reprint. I think the surprising thing about how they handled it was it just took them a really long time to catch up. And I don't know if that's because the demand was just that high for it, or if it just took them a while to ramp up. But especially with 151, I think the obvious answer would have been to reprint that a lot sooner. And I think maybe they just chose to try to get caught up on all the mainline sets that were like, it was crazy when you had just like Clayburst selling for, I'm in Canada, it was like $250 plus Canadian, which is probably like 180-ish US. Like that was an insane price for a brand new set, especially in Japan. And so I'm not surprised that they fixed that issue. But 100%, that risk is always there. And people who didn't foresee that or didn't think it was going to happen, which is a reasonable outcome you could have come to, definitely could have got burned by that, which sucks. But that's, that's just the nature of playing in this market.
They telegraphed it though. So like they came out with a statement April, May last year and said, hey, we're going to just print we're going to like go ham. So like they definitely telegraphed it.
Yeah, and I think the Japanese business is way better at setting expectations around these kinds of reprints than the international business, which I think just kind of stuff pops up out of nowhere and they just keep bringing new product to market without any warning or consideration. So for me, what happened in the Japanese market was kind of expected. But that's my take.
So because it was expected for the Japanese market, do you not think that it could then be expected for the English market, or do you think it's unexpected? Where do you land on that?
I don't see the English market in a position where like they need to print a ton more. That doesn't mean that they won't or that they won't choose to, but I'm not sure. Now, to be fair, I am not like hoarding or storing English Scarlet Violet boxes. I love the Scarlet and Violet era, been opening a bunch and really enjoying it. But I'm definitely more focused on the Japanese stuff, so that's more my bias.
I expect every English set to have possibility of reprints in the first 2 years, all the time. Every Scarlet Violet set can have a reprint still, yes.
And bring it on, baby. I want to buy more.
Yeah, it just pushes the price down in the short term. I think when we talk about Japanese product, like the Pokemon Company is really trying, from my standpoint anyway, the guys that I talk to, and I do talk to quite a few guys that are based in Japan, some of those nefarious sellers, and like Pokemon's a family company. They have a family image. The robberies that you see, and I mean, you know, Nick, you cover some of this in the US, but like you see it in Japan a lot, like really just terrible robberies that happen. You see the scalping, like the guys behind the scenes, whatever's going on there, and they don't want that kind of heat. That's not what they are about. And I think part of what they're doing right now with the aggressive reprinting and announcing to everyone they're going to print to demand is to kind of push that element away, right? To push them away and into something else. And I think it's working. I think it's going to affect their IP after a while if they just continue to print stuff into the ground that people don't want. I mean, they're just going to lose money if they're not selling product that they're printing that they're not getting a return on. That's basic economics. But yeah, I mean, it's a buying opportunity if you like these sets. I mean, you know, Nick, you've talked about this we brought up XY Evolutions quite a bit. Like, you know, you've said in the past, like nobody wanted that. It was on the shelves for ages. Like nobody wanted that stuff, and you know, now it's got a high value attached to it. So reprints, people are always scared. They're always scared, and you know, as the old saying goes, you got to buy when there's blood in the streets, right? You know, when others are fearful, you got to be greedy. I think it was like Crash Bandicoot said that or something. But it's just investor mentality, guys. Like, and people don't understand or aren't educated on how investing works, and I think that's part of why I do my channel. I think it's fun to talk about.
But where
Julian, I don't know if you looked. I mean, I think Cool Trainer Ryan's trying
I
to
can
get
see
on.
him, yeah. And I was
Is
trying
the
to
Hanger Gang in the chat?
I saw
Sound
him.
off, I
Yeah.
think.
Don't worry, we're
The
working
chat
on
is
it.
about to explode with Hanger Gang.
I was waiting for a window to get him in, and I feel like we're getting to it. So don't worry, I'm gonna get him in a second. Give me a sec, guys. But just on that topic, Rob, like, and I'm seeing this in the chat as well. Somebody said, "Are we really talking about new sets possibly getting reprinted?" This is the dumbest thing to discuss ever. You gotta understand that we're talking, or at least I am talking about a reprint to the extent that every single set is available at retail price or below it, happening for an extended period of time. It's not like this is happening in Japan. It's like a flash, and then because I feel like the argument to that with this whole reprints thing when it happens to English sets is that, okay, there's a reprint, but then it gets instantly gobbled up, and it's like it never really happened. It's like a drop in the ocean. The level and extent of the Japanese reprint is to the point where it's putting prices of booster boxes below retail, and if that happens, I question.
Reprints are only as good as like the demand for them too. That's like the other half of that as well. Like obviously they think the demand is there in order to reprint it.
Yeah.
But if people don't pick up the reprint, that does affect it a little bit. So that would definitely play into what those guys are saying for sure.
There was a
I
message
think the
here.
Japanese, what's going on in Japanese is different right now, just because it's a different market. Because like I said, it's going through different swings. But like with English, I think the reprints would get gobbled up really quick because a lot of money's on the sidelines waiting for them.
So you don't think that it would get to that level? Of the level
Well,
that
I
it
think
is in
people
Japan?
are waiting right now to put money to work because they're afraid, like you are. They're afraid of reprints, so they're like, I'm gonna wait for the Paldea Evolve reprint to come. Once that comes, I'm gonna go buy X amount of cases. Like people are actively waiting for the reprints to move into large positions. So I think when the reprints come, the prices will actually they'll drop for a split second, but they actually will rise again, sort of like we saw with Silver Tempest Lost Origin reprints.
Agreed.
I think.
I
What
completely
do you think
agree.
the big differences between that and Japanese, like with JLUV saying?
It's muted.
I just think it's Japanese is going through a lot of the same thing English did, like when you had I don't want to call it like a bubble burst, but like kind of like a pump and dump. Is you have people that obviously lost money who bought at the tops and they were paying way too much for waifus and things like that, and so they're pulling their money away. They're either leaving the hobby or going somewhere else. And Pokemon was a little slow. They got all this product out at the wrong time, so now they have all this product with less demand, so it has a huge supply glut. It's kind of like we saw with Shining Legends reprint or Shining Face reprints and Vivid Voltage ETBs, Darkness Ablaze ETBs when those all got dumped on the market right at the tail end of the pandemic. I think that's what's going on with Japanese. I think going forward, it'll get back to normal. I just think it was just a bad time for all that product to hit, in my opinion.
I feel like, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I feel like eventually it will go back to normal for Japanese, but
That's all I was going to say too, Julian. You nailed it.
yeah.
This is a naive question, but
I
like,
wouldn't. Sorry.
Is 5 years ago were Americans and Canadians, like Europeans, North Americans, into Japanese Pokemon cards like they are today? I
Not on
actually
this
don't
level.
know.
No, they weren't
No,
on this
actually
level.
not at all. As someone who was collecting them back then, like there was people that were super interested in them, but it was few and far between. I remember posting on Instagram in like 2018, something like that, where I had to like actually justify to people why I collected Japanese in the first place, because one of the big things people said was there was no value in them. And that was kind of one of the driving factors for people kind of staying away from them, in my personal opinion, for so long, where people were kind of putting more into English. So they were going into the 2018, what was that, Celestial Storm, Lost Thunder, that time frame. People were kind of more going into that, more still on the playable side of the house.
All right, I think now's our window, and I'm gonna. There's a question here from Ichiban Dan, and I think we'll get Ryan in.
Ichiban Dan.
I'll get him to answer
handsome
this
devil.
question first up. Give me a sec, guys. I'm just gonna bring Ryan in. You're still here, so everyone can still hear you.
Oh God, Ryan's here. Oh shit.
Okay.
Number one investor, bro.
I'm curious. I don't.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know why Ryan wants on. A lot of people in chat wanted to get Ryan on, so
He
we're
wants to
bringing him
talk
in.
to you, Julian. He loves you. He wants to talk to people. He's a social butterfly. You gotta let him fly, dude.
Sorry, guys, had to pee.
You're good, dude. I got to as well, but I'm holding it in.
I can't. I got small bladder.
Also a small bladder.
Chat, have you got any questions?
Did
Now's
you
the
need
time
to
to
vote?
shoot him, by the way. I don't know if
Yeah, chat, shoot him.
Nomics, you guys, if you want to read chat and there's anything there that you want to get one guide by, go for it.
What's happening?
I don't know. If you're checking chat, if you want to talk to chat, now's your chance. Now's your opportunity. Just while I get Ryan in here.
Ryan too.
I'll take a
chat?
bathroom break too.
Who's chat?
Sorry, I'm a boomer, guys. It took me a while to get in this channel in the first place.
Who's chat?
I saw you sitting in
That
that
was
channel by
hard.
yourself for a second too, and I was like, "That's funny."
I know. Yeah, thanks for the help, dude. I really appreciate you coming to my rescue. Like, thanks.
Bro
You just
actually said
laugh
who's
about
chat.
I'm not here to tell you. I thought you were just sitting there just for fun. I don't know.
I was just there because my kids went to bed, man. I told you guys. I'm like, I'm gonna come as soon as they're asleep, and you guys just
It was
start a
funny.
different channel.
All right,
Well,
Ryan.
Julian did that kind of on the fly.
Ryan,
I know he's hating on me.
Ryan, if you can see
big ol' hater.
in my server, there's a channel there called Stonkers. That's the voice chat. You can click in now. You should have the role.
It's got that meme on it.
Is it Twice Baked Jake joining?
I actually
Jake
forgot
here?
to ask Jake. No, and I completely fumbled that myself. That's totally on me.
My favorite guy.
I actually forgot to ask Jake, and I'm pissed. So
Hey, it's Ryan. Hey, Ryan.
we're getting a reverb just quietly from someone. I think it's Ryan.
I saw your message, by the way. I couldn't respond to it though because I'm doing like this, like here,
Are you
and it's
good?
on my phone, and it's that, and it's like I was gonna text you back though. Like, don't not be friends with me anymore.
Ryan, thanks for joining. There's a question here. Well, first of all, why did you want to join? What brought you here?
I don't know. People want me to join, so I joined.
Okay. Great start.
This is so cool.
There's a question. Wait, Rob, are you looking at chat?
I don't know what chat is. I'm taking a picture. I'm gonna show my
chat?
mom. Like, this is awesome. Cool friend Ryan, dude.
There's a question
Yeah, I know.
here from Ichiban Dan. It was a few minutes ago. Dan, sorry I missed this.
Hi, Dan.
This is an open question here. I said a simple question for the panel. How many of you would even care about Pokemon as a franchise, TCG/VGC/anime, if all value disappeared tomorrow, if there was no profit to be made? And I want to get an answer from Ryan on this one first. Ryan.
I'd burn it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you genuinely wouldn't care. I don't know. I'm
No, I mean, well, no, I know. I genuinely wouldn't care because, like, remember, I got into collecting, right? It was my outlet for depression at the time, and I was collecting everything, right? Just to collect, right? I was opening everything that I missed out on as a kid, and at the time in 2016, value wasn't like a thought in my mind, right? It got to the point where I started collecting sealed product because I just wanted to preserve the money I was putting into collecting. So like that's when I started collecting sealed product, right? But like it's not like today, right? It's not before things blew up during the pandemic. When I was starting to actually buy product and like sell it, I was lucky to make $5 a blister. That's what I was doing. Like it wasn't like this crazy thing where I was like trying to sit on product for it to skyrocket, right? But yeah, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care at all.
Right, you've been collecting for ages, and I kind of wish we had you here earlier in the conversation because I should have thought about this a bit more. You, I think out of everybody here, you probably have seen the biggest volume of product, not just like modern, but like mid 2010s sort of stuff. I feel like because I know that I mean you've got all your old videos with Rev where, and this was before
like,
Rev Shuttle blew up. But we're talking about like
a lot of those. You got to think about like before Rev even made videos.
Yeah,
we were buying.
That's
stuff,
what I'm saying.
Right? We were
Yeah.
buying stuff.
That's what I'm saying. So like I know for like I feel like confident saying that out of everyone here, you've seen the most volume of mid 2010 stuff, and understand the amount of it out there.
You guys, people don't realize how much truly is out there, right?
Yeah.
So like I remember one purchase like from Hills Wholesale Gaming. Shout out to Hills Wholesale Gaming. I remember it was like, Nick, we should buy them out of all this. And it was Hard Gold, Soul Silver, Unleashed blisters, right? At the time, they were $10 each. I think Nick bought them all and I was paying him back. I think he spent like 90 grand on blisters. So break it down to how many that is. Right? And at the time, you were able to make, listen, it's not that wild because you're only going to be able to make like $2.50 per blister. It's not like
just dropping 90 grand. I'm trying to wrap my head around that, man.
I didn't have that money, but like my friend did, right? So
heck yeah.
I had the mind
Original investor bros.
I had the mind of what to buy and where to go and what to do, and I had the connections of things, right? From buying all the time, creating, connections. But yeah, something like that, like so many. And this was 2019 for Heart Gold Soul Silver Unleashed. And what do they go for now? Like $150, $200? Think about that.
Where do you think it compares to now, and like the amount of product out there now that you see? Because obviously you got your warehouse.
I mean, obviously there's a lot less product, right?
Now or then?
Because everybody, no, now there's a lot less now, right? In terms of like vintage product, right? Vintage and stuff like that.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Heart Gold Soul Silver is vintage, but like there's still tons of it. It's just again, a lot has gotten ripped and shipped, or just ripped, right? But there's still plenty.
All right.
There's still.
So like,
in my opinion, there's still plenty.
Fair. Yeah.
Still plenty.
No, like, yeah. Okay. So like, Nomics and I want to make this clear. I'm not trying to set this up as like a gotcha. Okay. It's a conversation, right? Nomics, a lot of the graph and the trends you were setting up on that video were around X and Y. So you got someone in here saying that there's like a bucket load, and like, I feel like we can trust Ryan here. There is like still a decent amount out here, and he's seen a decent amount in the past. So like, does that influence how you feel about the future of like X and Y? This is just ignoring Sword and Shield and Scarlet Violet sets. And this is an open question to Ryan and Nomics and everybody here.
We need to be specific on what stage of X and Y though.
Okay, Nomics. Which
so
stage
the
of X and Y?
The first four sets are going to be a lot less printed.
Never got reprinted.
Reprints.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we have to give a shout out to Ryan and Rev for being the first investing bros, though, right?
I mean, Nick more than me, but I was definitely buying in order to like make a couple schmeckles to keep myself being able to like collect, right? That I found through collecting, through buying raw cards, grading, selling. Found opportunities when I was searching Reddit, Troll and Toad, eBay, all day, every day. Of course, I found opportunities to buy quantity of product that I could I could buy all this and make a little bit of money that I can, pay off some credit card bills and collect some more. But it was never a thought in my mind that the Pokemon would go to where it is now, right? It was never a thought, never a possibility. So,
yeah.
Still, yes,
I like XY.
A little investment minded, I guess, if you want to call it that. But 2019, nobody could ever thought that Pokemon would go where it was, right?
No, in a lot of ways, it was nicer back then. It was realistic gains happening each year. Some things would fall, some things would go up.
It was like tiny gains. Like we're talking tiny.
Yeah.
Like when Nick, when we made a purchase together, there was like a couple open Skyridge boxes that we sold. One was part of like the LLC we have, and we sold that. And he said, "Bro, don't take this money, buy Evolutions." Right at the time, Evolutions. I was like, I hate that fucking set. Sorry if that. I'm not supposed to.
It's whatever.
I hate that set, and I was like, no one wants it. And that was at the time where distributors couldn't get rid of it. Right, it was at we got. I think I got 30 cases of it for $78 each, and he's like, "Bro, buy this. You can make like $20 a box or something like that." And I was like, "Okay," but with no indication or no thought that it would go up to 300, 500, 700. No thought, right? It's not like that possibility wasn't a realistic idea like it is now, right?
Yeah.
Now it's a realistic idea that like some sets could go up like that, like we see Evolving Skies, right?
100%.
Back then it wasn't an idea. Like, yes, I was buying, but I was buying to like be able to sell and make a little money.
Were you ever buying stuff to buy it, hold it for a year, and then sell it for like $10 rather than $5?
Yeah. That's
investing.
That's technically investing, right?
100%.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
I agree with you though. It's crazy because Pokemon should never ever be like seeing a booster box that's 2 years old go from $150 to $800. That's ridiculous.
Crazy.
I mean, so okay,
Also-
so let's go back to the question of X and Y, right?
Yep. I did want to circle
Like,
back to
I
this.
get-
Thanks
I
for
guarantee
remembering.
you-
Here's why I like sealed. Like I think sealed has just so many factors, right? It can be ripped and shipped. It can be held for value. And you never know like what new set's going to come out that's going to draw people back to whichever, like just like we couldn't see tag teams and waifus becoming huge and all of a sudden moon sets taking, a part of it. Just like when they release this new game next year and the megas come back, that might draw a huge portion of people back to XY. We might see a spike then. So it's like, it's one of those things where I don't see it dropping a bunch, but it also might not rise a bunch until some event happens that draws people back. So it's one of those things where like I wouldn't feel like uncomfortable to hold it, but I also wouldn't be expecting like it go to the moon like I think some Sword and Shield stuff can type thing. I don't know.
J-Bone says, I got into Pokemon for the money, but that was before I knew it, before I fell in love with it. I'm sorry for using you Pokemon for money. That seems like you just had to get that off your chest. Thank you though, J-Bone.
Yeah, see, I'm very grateful for what Pokemon did for me, and that's why I run my channel the way I run my channel.
Right. So, no, Mix, I feel either I wasn't listening and I'm stupid, or that question I asked didn't get answered, right? But given that you got someone in the chat here, Ryan, saying how much XY is out there, does that not change how you feel about
Shouldn't
the growth of
If you drop
XY?
something, it's
There's more Sun and Moon out there.
I don't know, depends.
I mean, more maybe nothing like XY or like Evolutions or like Roaring Skies or Primal Clash maybe, but I'd say the rest of the sets probably there's more Sun and Moon.
So where's the
What do you think, Ryan?
Even Ultra Prism?
Okay, Ultra Prism, there you go. It's a good one. Team Up,
Celestial.
obviously. Okay.
Team Up? I mean, I saw a palette of Team Up. you don't understand. Just because it's not on the market,
That's right.
doesn't mean it's out there.
Well, I mean,
Doesn't
this
mean
is
it's out there.
well.
No. You don't understand.
No, I do.
I've been to a facility.
Yeah.
I've been to a facility where I saw pallets upon pallets upon pallets. I mean pallets in the rafters of like the Indiana Jones, the Ark of the Covenant storage facility of Pokemon.
Just that far back,
No,
just 20, 30 rows of just
I was getting
pallets
I couldn't see the
upon
back.
pallets.
I couldn't see the back of the fucking warehouse.
I was getting called language. I was getting called a skeptic in the chat, right? For the wrong reason. Because I'm a skeptic. Because this is what I'm saying, right? So I'm glad. I'm like, yes, victory lap. That he's saying what I've been speculating and being skeptical about, which is how much actual volume is out there. And I feel like it's undersold how much is potentially out there. Now you got someone in the chat that is saying, or in the stream that is actually saying they've physically seen it. I have no reason to doubt Ryan would lie about that.
Why would I lie about it? I have nothing to gain.
So, I mean, this
I'll tell you right now
just
how much
sells to
of
the
a
supply
spike I
argument
have.
that I was talking about earlier in the stream.
I think the
See, someone
supply
said I'm
is
about to
crazy.
destroy the value of Team Up, but that product's never going to hit the market. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was going to say.
This
Is like, how
person
many people are actually going to move that?
The person I saw that has this is a multi-millionaire. No desire to move it. No care. Doesn't care. Doesn't have to.
And that was my question. Like, what is the intent for it then? Just to say they have it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's because he has it.
Hey, check out my warehouse and Team Up back there. Yeah, casually just walk into it, give tours of it or something. I guess I don't know.
Rob, there are a lot of collectors that are like, I mean, I know a few. He joined the stream, Pokemon Steven, that purely just collect to accumulate.
As
To
I
have
said, I
it,
can
so
kind
that
of
no one else
understand
can
that I
have
have a bunch of Japanese full art trainers that people like told me I was fucking insane for not selling whenever it was at an all-time high. It's like, I don't want to sell them. I have them. I like them. So I kind
Why
of
does
get
Jay
that
Leno
mindset.
have 1,000 sports cars in his garage? Yeah.
Well, look,
You know,
from an investing
fun.
standpoint, if that product is never going to hit the market, it might as well not exist.
But it does. It does. Because it will eventually at some point. It will at some point.
Well, okay, so he's not.
Well, you're talking about whales. You're talking about whales.
No, I'm talking about when he dies. It's going to hit
Or
the
just
market.
someone like moves a ton of it or gets auctioned or something. Yeah.
When he dies.
Is he?
It's going to hit the market at
Is
some
he like
point.
doing okay? He's
What?
still like doing his exercises, eating his vegetables.
Oh, he's only like 45.
Oh, okay, great. That's fine. That's no problem. Yeah.
No, but
I'm saying.
so
hopefully
Julian,
another
going
40
back to
years.
what we were saying earlier, that's why I think like people should kind of like think about getting out of their product as it appreciates. So that way you can get your cost basis down to like zero, take your profits, roll them into something else. That way, if that day ever comes, you're not caught holding the bag. So you just consistently kind of cycle through, rinse and repeat the process. And that's what I would do.
No, he
what I
doesn't
do
care. He would just let everything burn. He don't care.
No, I'm saying like for other people like that are investing in stuff to not get caught when he does, if he ever does, or if the next guy that inherits it dumps it, is don't, always take profits when things rise if you want to make sure you're protected from something like that happening.
Yeah, I mean, like I do have some regrets from when everything went up during COVID and stuff like that because I sold not a fucking thing. Sorry, shit. I sold not a thing. I sold not a friggin' thing during that whole COVID boom. I was like, I'm keeping it. It's my collection. I'm not selling a thing. And things went down, but I eventually sold because I had to buy a house and stuff like that. You gotta make decisions in your life. But
what do you have left? What do you have left from all of these? You have a lot left still? You have like a whole lot left?
In terms of what?
Like I guess like pre-XY stuff.
Not much black and white. Between WotC, at EX, Diamond Pearl, I have maybe like 20 boxes. 20 boxes, maybe, give or take.
Ryan.
Hey, the house looks beautiful though.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, Catio is great. Cats are taken care of. That's all that matters to me. Pokemon secondary.
Ryan,
If I could have a house with storage and as much sealed products you have and a Catio, I'd be a very happy man. You've done well.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I have a second like building. That's the thing. That's the point. Yeah.
You've got
a lot
of
of property, right?
Ryan,
But yeah, like I still have to store stuff in the garage. Like, but it is what it is. But
how does what you see out there now with Sword and Shield and Scarlet Violet, the volume of it compared to what you've seen when you started in the mid 2010s?
Volume of it? I mean, Scarlet and Violet feels like we're just in the XY era again. Like, right? Like, think about if you think about 2016. Same thing as Scarlet and Violet right now. Nobody wants it.
Interesting.
Nobody wants it. It's the same thing, right? We're going through the same thing. That modern is being left on the shelves, and it's just XY all over again. Because you think about it, if you go back to 2016, there was plenty on the shelves. You could find anything you wanted, any day you walked into the store. It's the same thing. Will Scarlet and Violet have the same gain as X and Y did? I remember in 2016, 2017, I thought people were absolutely out of their mind collecting sealed cases of Breakpoint or Breakthrough. But those eventually went up. But I'm sure 15 years from now, sure. 10 years from now, sure. Like, everything's going to go up in time as things get out of print. We're seeing it right now with Sword and Shield stuff, right? It's just the way it works, right?
Why is it just the way it works?
Why? Because it's out of print. You can no longer get it at retail, right? Once retail outlets don't have it anymore, once Pokemon Center doesn't have it anymore, it becomes out of print. And as supply goes down, demand goes up. That's it. Even if demand doesn't go up, as supply goes down, the price will go up. That's it. At some point, right? Not in the beginning, but at some point, yeah.
Do you think it? Were you watching the start of the stream, Ryan? Because I don't want to hop too much on earlier.
No, I joined whenever people said
right. Someone in the chat said JLove thought Ryan would help his position, but he's helping Nomics. No, it's not about helping position. It's just about providing.
I'm not helping anyone. I'm
just
giving you my opinion.
Yeah.
Why is it my position? Why isn't it just like we're just?
Because you made a video. That's why.
Yeah, I don't know what the video is about, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, people need to just collect what they like. I went into this hobby not thinking about investing at all, right? And it just so happened that I was, I was collecting boxes I like, collecting cards I like, collecting like those like obscure collection boxes, paying market for them. It's not like I was, like I never imagined that like things would go up, right? The way they did. I was just collecting.
Well, Ryan, let me ask you a question, man. Like, do you think just like the term like investor bro or like Pokemon investing, if you invest in this stuff, do you think it just kind of gets like a negative connotation in the hobby these days?
Why do you care?
I know. We talked about it earlier. You weren't here for it. You didn't get to give your
I'm
take.
just saying, but realistically, who cares then? Who cares?
I get you.
No, it makes.
I mean, listen. There's a lot of people that don't like my content. Do I care about them? No.
Thank you.
I don't care at all. Genuinely. At the end of the day, who cares? Yeah, because why do you care? Genuinely, why does it bother you?
Okay, I get you.
Right? I mean, at the end of the day, make the content you want to make. There will be people that like your content, and that's the only focus you should have.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't say it bothered me. It was a topic of conversation. That was all.
Yeah, because I mean, Investor Bros probably got a bad rap during COVID when people were scalping and stuff like that, right? I mean, but like you'd be dumb not to have some sort of mindset in terms of like how much money you're putting into something, right? It's just as an adult, you should have some sort of understanding, right?
Unless you're the guy with the warehouse.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, he's stupid wealthy, so.
Ryan, I got a genuine question, right? Would you ever like create videos talking about what you think are like good, bad investments? This is not. I'm not saying like. I'm not. Hang on, wait. I'm not. Let me call. Hang on. Let me call. Right. Let me call. I'm not asking. Are you gonna like turn your channel into an investment channel? I'm saying like in another another universe, right? Let's say you start your channel differently, right? Would you ever, given the amount of knowledge you have,
considering all circumstances I have right now?
No, right. Ignoring now, right? Let's just wind it back like 3, 4, 5 years, right? Considering how much you know about the hobby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you ever make an investment channel? Do you feel like you would ever make an investment channel and tell people like, I think you should invest in this, like I'm investing in this, or I'm going all in here? Or...
2019, yes.
Why?
Because I could have told you countless things to invest in 2019 to 2020 to 2021, and they were guaranteed to go up. Sure, like hindsight is 2020, right? Like I mean, but like I was making those plays at the time, like Phantom Forces. Oh, they were only $300 a box. Boom, 2 weeks later, 900.
Why? But why would you make that channel? Like, what would be the drive? Like to do what? Like because you wanted to make content about it? Because you just like felt you felt like making content? Because you wanted to help people? Like where does that?
Well, no, I was making. What's the question?
Like, what do you think? What do you think your drive would be? Like, do you think your drive would have been to make content, just to like create a channel, gain influence online, or like to help people?
I always thought about making a channel back in 2016. Right? Never did. Right. But I don't think I would ever do investment stuff.
Do you?
But like even now, I talk about like if I could actually give you guys advice on what to invest in, I would love to. But I don't know what to invest in. Like I tell people right now, like Sword and Shield sets, anything with an altar, buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it now. Because everything's gonna go up now. Everything's gonna go up, and it's been going up now. Like just buy it now. Buy it now. Link Hills Wholesale again. Hills Wholesale Gaming. Shout out to Hills Wholesale Gaming again. They're very fair prices, but like again, just buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it now. But like anything else besides that, I can't tell you. I would love to tell you, right? I would love to tell you, but I can't tell you.
Why do you feel like? Why do you feel like you can't?
Because I don't know. I don't want to give people advice that isn't actual real advice. I'm not trying to fake anything and tell people, or I have some leverage on something that I'm going to give you advice on, and tell people invest in that because I got a boatload of product on that. I just can't, right? I tell people how I gained my wealth, right? I give them those examples, those strategies that I used, that I implemented back in even 2016, 17, 18, 19. I tell people, I give people that advice, but I can't give people like a certain product because it would be fake. I want to give people the truth, right? I would love to help as many people as possible, but it's not possible because anybody's guess is as good as mine, right? Anybody's guess.
I think you brought up a really good point though, because you said make content that you like. Some people will like it. I love your content, and you've grown on me. Like as I watch, the more I like your content because I see how genuine you are. And if people don't like you, who cares? Don't watch. That's all good. And legitimately for myself, I legitimately, genuinely like talking about the numbers. I nerd out about that stuff. So I'm going to talk about it. That's what I like to do.
Well, how do you talk about the numbers? Do you just throw up TCG player and look at the graphs?
Pretty much. I mean, sometimes I just spew out random ramble and stuff.
That's fair. I mean, that's so just like Danny Phantom does, just pulls up graphs.
Yeah, I try and model myself after Danny Phantom's content.
Try to create something unique off of that. You know what I mean? Because again, all you're doing is pulling up readily available information, like Danny Phantom.
I completely agree. I am more of a curator channel, and then I bring my own takes to it.
That's fair.
But I enjoy it. Like I do that because I'm doing it. I like it.
Yeah. There's still something unique you could do there. You could find different weird trends, not just you could do your own analysis and find different trends that is not apparent in that readily available information, right? You could probably do that. And that would create some uniqueness to what you're giving people.
Yeah.
And could create more of a pull towards your content.
I mean, just to rewind it, but like Ryan, you hit the nail on the head with what I've been trying to say this whole time. I'm not going to harp on it anymore and like put any words in your mouth, but I mean, I think what you said kind of speaks to what Possum and I have been saying this entire stream, but you weren't watching the stream. So I just found, I found that interesting.
And what
did he say that was on
that it would have been a guess? That it would be a guess.
He said in 2019 he would have told you exactly what to do.
Because things started going up.
But did you not hear the second half of that?
Of the event.
Gordon Shield right now, buy. That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, things are going.
Did you not hear the second half of it though?
Of course I heard. Scarlet and Violet right now, you have like this 10-year window before it's going to go up. Who cares? Sword and Shield right now is what Alex and me and everyone else is talking about. Tons.
Well, I mean, if I could give advice to Scarlet and Violet, I would, but I can't. Your guess is as good as mine, right? Because realistically, I mean, I think Paradox will be good, in my opinion.
It's almost like both sides of this are basically like in.
It's all guessing
in a weird way.
It's all guessing.
It's almost like both things being said are true in this entire event. Like no one actually knows. No one knows the cap, but if you sit on a couple booster boxes, it'll probably be all right.
No, I think
if you have if you have the ability to sit on some cases of stuff, do it. Why not? It can't hurt. At the worst, you're going to get your money back at 0% investment.
Brett Weinkoff.
That's the reason why I started collecting sealed products. Was I was preserving my investment. Even if it didn't go up, I would at least be able to get most of my money back. Right? If I need to sell something and I need to pay a bill, right? Because I was working on limited money. It's literally limited money. So if I was able to preserve my investment, and if I need to sell, I would get at least 85-90% back.
Brett
money.
Brett Weinkoff,
I stopped open things.
Shut up. I'm trying to talk to Brett. Yeah, I'm. It's a joke. Relax.
My bad.
Chill. No. I just wanted to say though, in the chat, Brent Weinkoff, he said it's funny how each group is only hearing what they want to hear, huh? Which I disagree with, Brett. But it's funny you say that. I think what Nick said, what Opossum just said, he's like kind of driven it home there. Is that no? It's not that each side is only wanting to hear what they want to hear. I think is that we're kind of in a weird way indirectly saying the same kind of thing, but from two different sides. Which is why I wanted to get everybody here onto the stream.
I mean, I think everybody should just ignore everybody and just do whatever they want. It's like you're making content. Just make the content you enjoy. There's going to be a group of people that like your content. I mean, shit talking is fun. It is fun. It's fun, and that's what it should be.
It sure is. I love it.
That's it. That's all it should be. That's it. Banter. That's all I do on my streams is people shit talk me, try to make me say dumb stuff that I shouldn't be saying, and I say it. It's all banter. It's all fun. It's all for laughs. It's all good in good humor. Like even if it's not in good humor, who cares? That's it.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, does it matter?
No, it doesn't. No.
Does it? Like, have fun.
I'm getting grief from chat
Like a
because
plan.
I told Ryan to shut up so that I could read chat. So clearly I can't please anybody
To be fair,
here.
that was kind of mean of you.
Happy Camera Product says Ryan's hair makes him look like a lesbian.
It wasn't personal, Ryan. I didn't mean it personally. Would you guys consider Sword and Shield?
I don't care.
So if Ryan doesn't care, you guys shouldn't care. Thank you. Would you guys consider Sword and Shield the most prolific and collected era of modern Pokemon? If so, this would affect the price in future to go up and beyond. That's a chat from David Molina. Thank you. But I mean, David, I feel like we kind of like chatted that into the ground. That I feel like we'd be beating a horse if we kept going on about that, right?
What'd you say?
Your call.
Would you guys consider Sword and Shield the most prolific and collected era of modern Pokemon? If so, this would affect the price
right
in
now?
future to go up and
All of a
beyond.
All of a sudden now?
It's definitely one of the most eventful ones, that's for sure.
I'd agree with that. For
Fire
sure.
Scarlet and Violet, the most printed and clearly
Sword,
most
sword,
demand for
sword and
that.
Shield. Sorry,
No.
sorry, Gray.
I mean, Sword and Shield still printed more than Sun and Moon.
Yeah, printed like crazy, and there's a ton of demand for it, which is why some of the boxes are starting to go up. So from that perspective, the most prolifically collected.
I mean, I will pat myself on the back. No pun intended. I did call Fusion Strike as one of the greatest sets ever created. Mm-hmm.
Sure did.
I could never tell if that was serious or not.
I called it years ago. Look at it now. It's crazy.
I still think it's crazy.
Still
People
follow-
hate on
still
that view
follow
in the
what-
set. I still think that's crazy.
Let's just all follow what Ryan and Bud said. We'll just put boxes or cases away, and worst case scenario, you break even. Best case scenario, the trend continues and we all make money.
I mean, but at the end of the day,
make content we like.
The only hairs you're splitting is where it ends. That's really the big thing. That's my argument's sake for it, is like comparing other things, and that's where I kind of think it gets a little weird. But overall, I don't think there's anything wrong if you fucking grab a box and you sit on it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I told you guys at the beginning too.
Yeah, Josh has Rhine Pump Fusion and Chilling Rain. Yeah, now I have.
He sure did. I meant to make a video.
So much
about that.
product
I
of
didn't
both of
do it.
those. I'm gonna make a boatload of money.
You scandal, you.
Bro, I'm kidding. Like, I literally bought 100 boxes of Chilling Rain back in. When did it come out?
2021.
Yeah, I bought it in 2021. Nobody else wanted it. I bought it from my distributor just to increase my
I know.
distribution allocations. Yeah, I opened half my boxes.
The Calyrex in that set is so good. I love it. Like from the what was it? Black Poltergeist in Japanese. Dude, that card is so good. It's one of my favorite alt arts of all time. I still think it's kind of crazy that it slept on.
I'm not gonna
they
lie.
won't get left on for
Mass
soon.
openings. Every time you do one of those mass openings, I go out and buy like 10 of the cards that you like try to chase because
Oh, you bought the Conkeldurr? Did you buy the Conkeldurr?
I got the
I didn't
Blaziken.
buy
I
it,
got
but
the
I had
Gango.
it. I had a Conkeldurr.
Bro, that Conkeldurr's up to $4 now.
I love Conkeldurr as a Pokemon, but I hate that art. I fucking hate it.
Hey,
The fact you understand that it almost took me 300 packs to pull that card. I pulled 3 Mewtwo in that whole.
Yeah, but like, how many of those packs did you like open and slide Conkeldurrs out of though? Like, that's the real story.
You don't know. You don't know.
hey, Ryan.
Tricky.
Ryan. So I know a lot of what you do on your channel and your streams. You do just because you like doing it, right?
Yeah, I lose money every time.
Right.
It doesn't make a difference.
Do you like? Are you aware? I mean, I'm sure you are. I know the answer to this is already yes, but like, you're aware of like how that movement, like what you do, how it impacts the secondary and like collector market, right? I got this comment a lot.
No,
And I'm not.
Buy the card now. Buy the card now.
I'm not paying a target on your back, right? But I got this comment a lot. Not only in my video, but in the video that I put up, but in the stream today in the chat, which is that I was punching down and only going after the smaller creators, and I was ignoring the bigger creators like yourself and Rev, right? Now, in my video, I directly made the point that it happens with bigger creators too because of the influence, right?
No.
Hang on. Right.
Oh,
I'm
God.
not. No. Let me finish. Right. What I'm saying here is right that I'm not saying you're doing it directly. No. I know because you got better things to do than to do this directly, right? But indirectly, right? You have big channels, you have big reach. You're aware of how what you do influences the greater collecting space, right?
Correct. So when you see me put out that thumbnail of what I'll be chasing next, go buy it.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
It's like literally like
No.
he's gonna buy this card
No.
because he's not gonna pull it.
No. You're
I get what
physically
you're
like you're evidently showing how hard it is to pull those cards. Like you're going through what? Like what's the most amount of cases you've gone through, right?
Dumb point though. You know how many people say that about Umbreon VMAX when it has the exact same rarity?
But you think
dude, someone literally tried to argue this with me in the other fucking. They all have the same pull rate. I don't know where this pull rate thing is coming from. All hyper rares have the same pull rate.
Yes,
all of them.
agreed. But you don't think that when a card is in vogue, when a card is like
Julian, you're smarter than this.
No. Hey. No.
I'm in vogue. Can I be in vogue?
You don't think that when people are talking primarily about one card, it doesn't have an influence on the secondary market? Of course it does.
I can disprove that immediately.
It's not that I'm disagreeing. It's not that I'm
disagreeing.
disagreeing.
Rev, whenever he couldn't pull Luminion, it didn't shoot up in value.
Yeah, that's true. It didn't. But when he
It
did,
didn't
when he
shoot
said,
up
But when it did with Aerodactyl, it did?
in value.
but when
Aerodactyl,
when he said he liked the Umbreon V better.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not. So I want to make it perfectly clear. No, I want to make.
What changed?
Huh?
What changed?
I say you could pick more examples where it did versus where it didn't, especially in the last 6 months.
That's the rule. That is the rule, though. That's the first time it happened with like Luminion. How come that card didn't shoot up?
That's the exception. That's the exception.
Because something else is in play other than the actual card itself.
Which is what?
Like it's not just the card. It's something. It's the Pokemon on the card.
Right. Yeah. Fair.
Aerodactyl, Machamp. Fucking
fair. Yeah.
And Luminion, nobody cares about.
Right. But the question I had, right? The question I had, right, is that you're aware, right? That when you do that, it has an impact. I'm not saying it has the primary driven impact. It has an impact.
Listen,
shoot.
I definitely believe it does have an impact, but I think it's also been a perfect storm in a sense, right? With Sword and Shield sets going out of print on PokemonCenter.com, right? They've been going out of print. I've been doing these chases with that not in mind. I don't pay attention to that stuff really. A
little bit though.
It's a perfect storm, right? Because like I'm doing these chases, right? I'm opening 50 boxes of Chillin' Rain, right? Right? I'm opening X amount of packs of Astral Radiance, right? Lucky, thank God I lost Origin. I pulled the Giratina on the first pack. Thankfully.
Congrats,
or
by
that
the
would have been another quest of X amount of boxes I would have opened, right?
I was getting worried about you, honestly.
I think it's just a perfect storm of like where, no one's really opening that much Sword and Shield. Currently. No one is doing that. And it's a perfect storm with that plus Pokemon Center going out of print out of all these sets that of course is going to rise. Of course, me opening that much has an impact. Of course. You see the Conkeldurr go from $3 to $4. All my Conkeldurr investment bros, I got you. So, but again, it's a perfect storm. It's a perfect storm. And like I didn't pull the Rapidash out of Chillin' Rain out of all those boxes. I didn't pull Rapidash.
That's a good card. I like that one.
So anybody want to invest in Rapidash right now? Invest in it.
No, I think
heard it here first.
I never pulled the Sneasler. The Sneasler out of Astral Radiance, never pulled it.
Does investing in singles work the same as investing in sealed though?
Yes. Buy all the copies.
100%.
Buy all the copies.
Just all of them.
Buy out.
Let's just all invest.
I mean, so when I was like buying stuff to like resell, I would buy them all, right? But again, it was cheaper for me to buy back then, right? I would buy out everything, right? So like Nick and I at Hills, when we bought out all those Unleashed blisters, we bought them all. All.
You bastard.
All of them. All the Platinum Supreme Victors blisters. All of them. All of them. No one was buying them anyway. Nobody wanted them. Nobody was buying them. We bought all the evolutions.
Yeah.
We bought all the
back
evolutions.
then, nobody actually cared.
Nobody wanted them. Don't come at me. Nobody wanted them.
Nobody cared.
Nobody cared. Nobody wanted them. So
I remember Breakpoint being on sale at fucking like for like $25 at Walmart at one point.
I remember going to GameStop and getting like super ultra clearance, 70% off, 80% off at GameStop.
Oh, yeah.
Of all these collection boxes that are now like $100, $200. Nobody wanted
That's
them.
crazy. COVID,
What
baby.
are you doing these days?
I bought them.
Are you like collecting or like anything these days? Or you just kind of getting modern product and opening
I'm not
it? Like, are you doing anything
collecting
for yourself?
anything. I'm not collecting anything.
Kind of dumb.
Yeah. You see
Well,
what
no,
product?
I just can't financially collect. If that makes sense. With the streams, with the videos, you know, mortgage, cats, everything, I can't financially collect, right? So, because all my money, all my excess funds, even more than my excess funds, go into like videos and live streams. That's it.
That's fair.
I want
Yeah.
to start collecting
Fair.
Sega Genesis games again, right? I would love to do that. But like, no, I'm not collecting $20,000 booster boxes. I'm not.
I'm getting a lot of people telling me that I'm bummed or that I'm pissed or that I have the face that I look like I hate capitalism. I just have a resting.
Well, you probably do though.
No,
you probably do.
I really do.
You do.
I have a
like,
resting angry face.
It caused
but-
all your Japanese cards you love to collect to go up. I mean, but we're back at 2016, right? We're back at 2016 when first edition base set PSA 10 hollows were going for record prices and everyone was bent out of shape. But like that's you. At the end of the day, you want to see that growth in the hobby. If that prices some people out, so be it.
But I don't know. I don't care. Like I don't
But
care.
you do.
No, I don't.
You do.
No, I don't.
You want natural growth in the hobby, in my opinion.
No, I don't care though, because, and I spoke about this earlier in the stream, that I don't look at my collection as an investment. The collection transiently is an investment, right? And I think most collectors use their collection to then invest in other cards. So like you get something cheap or you pull something rare, or you buy it when it's cheap and then it goes up in value and then you use that to leapfrog and buy other cards. That's how I treat mine. Do I care that it's down now? No, because I still have the cards that I want. There's no card that I own or any box that I bought because I wanted to go up in value.
About how it was up.
Sorry?
We were just talking about how it was up. We were talking about how it was up. We were talking about capitalism and how it affected what.
For me personally, and that's like my whole thing is like, well, to go on with what he's saying, I like natural growth on it because it has a much less risk of someone actually getting burned.
Yes.
Where, like it's just gonna someone buys and then just goes like just straight down. Where like someone like pumped that sucker or something like that.
But
I don't care if it's like a natural trend, like how Nostalgia Dynamics will put on charts where it's like it shows like going like that for like years and years and like all that stuff. Cool, whatever, that's fine. But like the pump ups where people are going like, check out this alternate art going for $400, and then like it just shoots up like 300 up like one day, and then you see like 2 days later just goes. That's what I don't like at all.
2016 when we saw like a little jump right in like base first hollows PSA 10 like at auction. That was a lot of sports card people getting into the hobby, and people were bent out of shape about it, right? That's life. That's just life.
But you can hang on, wait. You can own multiple copies of the same card. You can own multiple booster boxes of a set that you like, that you may, and I think it's a little bit different when you're creating content as well, because there are a number of boxes I own that I might want to open up in a few years' time, right? So that's why I bought as many as I've bought. But you can very easily not care if it goes down, because if you're just buying because you buy what you like.
Well, we're talking about the growth of like capitalism and how it's impacted.
Why do people think that I hate capitalism though?
But that's what we're talking about. Stop trying to get off that topic.
Like really drunk. Like I hate capitalism, Opossum. I really do. I just hate it. It's the worst thing ever. I don't know why you said that, but you did.
But at the end of the day, like you can't help that people with money get into the hobby.
I'm getting one.
And regardless of the economic situation that's currently at hand, there are people waiting in the wing with loads of money, ready to buy everything.
Yeah, probably right. But you can't do anything about that. Like
nope, you can't.
No, you can't do anything about that.
You can talk about it. That is what you can do.
You can just play into it.
Yeah, you can talk about it all day.
I get pissed that I can't buy a snap coughing for $500 anymore. Yeah. I get pissed all the time.
Still pissed that Iona was like still $500, $600 in Japanese for a card. There's a spot right in my binder where it's supposed. I'm still waiting. I'm hoping it just drops a little bit more. Second, it drops to like a spot where I feel good about it. It's going right in there, but we'll see.
Your views are popping. You can afford it.
No, it's I don't.
Right, he ain't making no money. He ain't making that much money.
I'm not making.
JLUV in the blender right now.
I know. Like I know.
I appreciate it though. I really do.
I feel like.
Go ahead. No,
I'm getting millions by chat, but I don't actually get why. but it just is what it
We
is.
don't know why, because chat has their own free independent thoughts and they disagree with you.
Yeah, bro.
Someone said, I'm looking at it from the JPN side. All these guys look at it from the English
love when
side. It's apparently not the same market.
Actually, I like hearing what other people have to say about that. I love when I get comments that are like really, really in depth about what's something they don't like about that, and I would just look at it and see what they got to say.
Yes, I'm a brokey. You are correct, Light Charge. I'm regretting my life choices as a brokey.
Well, obviously, don't listen to that one. That
I'm
one's
a
like that's
JLUV
like,
is a communist?
Wait, that was like 5 minutes
Christ.
ago. How are you just catching up on that? I saw that 5 minutes ago. What are you doing?
Jesus Christ.
Bro, you gotta pay attention to the chat, bro.
I
You're
am
live.
at my own detriment. The more I pay attention to it, the more I get
it's
fucking tilted.
My live is my eyes are
let 'em-
glued to
let 'em talk.
my chat.
Yes,
Take the grip, man.
I'm a broke communist. That's it.
Hey, listen.
It's settled.
People said about
You don't
me,
hear
they
like
said some things.
you don't
about
hear
me.
me. You don't hear me complain about I can't afford a Team Rocket Returns booster box. You don't hear me complain
You
about
just
that.
said that though. I'm joking. It was a joke. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't fuck with me. Sorry. Shh.
My bad, dude. You're the master here. You say jump, I say how high.
Hey Ryan, so
No,
back in the day
but
though, back in the day when like you and Rev were like coming up together, like doing all this stuff, was it his intention to like invest and hold the stuff for growth, or like never? You both just got lucky with it.
I convinced him to like collect sealed product, bro. Collect sealed. You don't have to open everything, grade everything, and sell it. Collect some sealed product, bro. Money doesn't hurt. Collect some sealed product, and then.
Gotcha.
But, like we weren't coming up together, right? We weren't coming up together, right? Like we were established pages.
I mean, you guys
on
were doing
Instagram,
deals
right?
together, buying out
Like,
storage
you
units,
guys
buying
are
out.
like,
You're
like, honey, what are we gonna buy next?
We met in 2015. We were just friends, and I was buying boxes off of him, right? Throughout like 2017, 2018, 2019 is when we had our first deal, and then 2019 was our first deal together. We might have had like some small deals where like, hey, bro, do you want any of this? I'll buy it, and then you can just pay me back. We did a lot of that, but like ultimately, like our first big deal together was like 2019. So like it was 2 years of us just like communicating, talking, being friends. It wasn't anything like we were coming up together, right?
Yeah, I get you.
Right.
Right. My bad.
Like I collected a lot of stuff that he had no interest in, right? So we were just enjoying the hobby. For me at least, I was just enjoying the hobby, collecting stuff, trying to find things that you don't rarely see, especially like obscure collection boxes from EXR, all that different stuff. Especially EXR blisters you rarely saw 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. Like you rarely saw them. And finding them was just the thrill of finding them and being able to purchase them and having them was truly the most fun I ever had in my life, my adult life, to be honest with you.
Heck yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, like, because, like, and I never thought that the value was going to be like, oh my God, I'm going to make so much money off of this. Never thought. It was never thought back then. Now, because everything's blew up, it's just, that's everybody's thought. It's like, how can I make money? Because everybody's made money in here, right? It's most likely you're not going to make money.
Hey,
That's the reality of it, right?
while I got you all in here, I did want to ask this a little earlier, but where do you see like the ceiling for? I don't want to make this about like individual YouTube channels, right? But where do you see like the next cultural phenomena happening with Pokemon cards in the same way that we saw with Logan Paul 2020?
I feel Pokemon's gonna die soon. Hopefully, not hopefully.
I
But
kind of feel that way too. Like unironically,
predictably, it's gonna die. It's gonna die.
and not because like Pokemon's sucking ass or anything. I just think the interest is gonna be lost, and people are gonna have different priorities. Personally,
Well, no, it's because Pokemon's sucking ass.
that's a disagreement. I don't agree, and yet all that Quaxley slander I've heard, I don't approve of that. By the way,
Whoa, Quaxley slander.
yeah, wasn't you that was saying you don't like Quaxley?
No, Quaxley's cool Pokemon, but then it grew up to
No,
no.
Quaquaval. That's what it is. You don't like Quaquaval.
What's that? What is that thing?
The
What?
max evolution of Quaxley.
We call it Quaquaval in
Oh,
Australia.
the big booty,
No,
the big
it's
booty one,
Quaquaval,
the
and
big
you can
the
correct
big booty
yourself
one,
and
the big booty
apologize.
one, the big booty one.
I'm just
That
joking,
shakes-
Julie.
Well,
That
why?
shakes his butt.
All right,
That shakes his butt. Shakes his butt.
all right,
In-
enough.
in-
Okay.
Anyways,
You like the ducks.
sorry.
Why, Ryan? Why? But like you said, because it sucks now. Why? Why do you think that?
The interest is declining. You could look at Google Trends and search Pokemon cards, and the interest in the search results of Pokemon is down. It's down.
Do you see it coming back? Do you think there will be like? Because I look at it and I'm like, what could possibly happen beyond what Logan Paul did with base set?
I don't believe Logan Paul influenced everything as much as.
No. I think it definitely was. No, I think it definitely was because it hit a lot of people. That took COVID too. Yeah.
COVID, nobody else was doing. Sports card had the same rise, and he did nothing for sports cards. Sports cards still had the same rise as Pokemon cards during the pandemic.
It was a catalyst, Rob. That's the word. Yeah.
Logan Paul did nothing.
It was definitely the catalyst, though. Can you agree? It was a catalyst event.
The pandemic was the catalyst, not Logan Paul. Logan Paul got in.
Come on, secede a little bit of ground. A little bit of both.
Logan Paul got into it after the catalyst.
He definitely pushed some people into it. Like I don't think it's as bad.
But sports went up the same time Pokemon went up. Like all collectible cards, a lot of speculative assets like that went up. After COVID, right?
Yu-Gi-Oh went insane. Actually, you are correct.
Right? No. Hold on. Pause.
It was everything.
No. Everything went up with COVID.
Do you know why though?
People were bored and had money and got given money.
Why did people have money?
Because the government gave them money.
No, bro. No one's buying 40,000 base set booster boxes with a fucking $1,600 stimulus, bro. That's stupid. Think about that. No one's buying a base set booster box with $1,600.
Correct. Stimulus. Right. Okay. But
it's all the crypto fake money. It was the crypto fake money. It's all the NFTs, crypto fake money that people made, and they need to ditch it and actually buy something.
But what I'm saying is COVID pushed sports.
Stimulus did nothing. I don't want to hear stimulus. Stimulus didn't do anything.
My God, rewind. We're saying the same thing, right? With COVID, right? COVID put everything up. What I'm saying is COVID put sports up, it put Pokemon up, put Magic, put Yu-Gi-Oh up, right? Logan Paul, though, was the catalyst that set Pokemon beyond those other three. Clearly, it was. Because otherwise
I'm pretty sure they all were all crazy high.
Sports.
Like I agree with you, Ryan, but I also agree with like Jayla. I do think he did bring some people in.
Listen. Logan Paul definitely did have some sort of impact, right?
Yeah.
Agreed. Of course. I mean, he's one of the biggest social media people, right? Of course. Gary Vee had influence on.
That's true. Yeah.
More so with sports. Right. But okay, a bit with Pokemon too.
I mean,
and then
but
King Gary King Pokemon.
No.
Oh yeah.
Gary pushed Pokemon a bit, but he pushed sports more than he pushed Pokemon.
Times on Instagram I saw that pawn shop clip floating around. He was around there for a little bit.
My question is, right, and I feel like this is meant to be fucking for the rest of you guys as well, right?
Okay.
Which is, do you see that a cultural phenomenon like that happening again for Pokemon?
No.
Not naturally, no.
Nope.
Fellas?
I mean,
Colin?
Things settle down fine.
Nomics?
Not naturally.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think it needs it though. To be honest, I think the hobby is established enough now.
I kind of agree. I think it could happen, but I don't think we will ever see it coming. It's a completely unpredictable event if it does. So the question is whether you think the hobby is going to slowly die from here or if it can sustain itself. And I'm on the side of it will sustain itself, but I accept fully that I know nothing and could be wrong because you just never know with these things.
We all.
Here's the thing. Last year,
honestly, all of us could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But everyone was in a kind of agreement last year. We were in like a sort of a bear market, like downturn and a lot of stuff. And like this year, we're so far removed from COVID, all that stuff. And we're seeing these crazy rises in alt arts and Sword and Shield. It's like, I don't think we need a Black Swan event for these markets to move. I think there's just enough interest and they move themselves. Like we've been saying, like, they age and they go out of print and scarcity. It just does it on its own.
But we experienced like the biggest Black Swan event ever, right? Like that wasn't natural, was it?
No, I'm saying like this year.
We're never gonna see a sort of jump like we did with the pandemic ever
Chad
again.
That. He said we'll never see one ever again. So when it happens 2 years from now, you have to rub it in his face. Clip
Yeah,
it.
clip it. I don't care.
No, I mean that's the. But like, think about it. We're seeing what we are right now with alt arts and Sword and Shield, like with no event. I mean that's pretty strong.
But it's not base set booster boxes being $2,000-$3,000 to go into 40, right, in the span of a year and a half, right? That doesn't happen. That's not realistic, right? Right? Like, because like booster boxes of base set unlimited is down to like 12K, right?
True.
40K it hit 40K. That's not reality. It's not reality. And I don't think like unless we have another pandemic and another printing.
You better knock
press
on some
by
wood.
The Federation, the Federal Reserve. We have another printing press. We have another fake currency that gets pumped by all these people to make money, and people get scammed. Then maybe we will. Yeah, sure. But naturally, no.
Yeah, I agree.
2016 was natural. 2016 was natural.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
2019 was natural. Because like I remember fossil boxes, first edition fossil boxes going to 3K. And I was like, I'm done collecting. I can't afford this.
We're not so different, you and I. It's crazy.
Bro, I'm the most like people people look at my collection and be like, oh, I bought things so dirt cheap in what
That's why I
comparison
tell
to
people
what they are
about
now.
fucking trainers in Japanese. I told them the same thing, and they don't believe me.
Like what do you like? I sold my Skyridge box for 50K. How much do you think I paid for it?
2K.
Less.
$500.
Less.
300.
Wow.
It was 3,900. Sorry, you said 2K, right? You said 2K. 39.
I know. I was like, wait, what?
How close?
I must have
3,900 in 2017.
That's pretty
Think
good.
about that. Think about that. All right. Think about like 2 years earlier how much it cost. It's like $500 a box.
But it's the shortest print set ever.
Yeah.
That's what everyone says anyway. That's what every YouTuber says.
Add Pokey NE.
Add
No.
Pokey NE?
His hair's too good. Don't put him in here. We're all gonna feel bad.
I'll leave. I'm good.
I will never take this hat off if he joins.
That's mean.
You took your hat off.
Hey,
though,
do you guys feel baited?
My head gets itchy.
I'm getting told that I'm trying to bait you guys into saying stuff. Sorry if you feel baited, everybody.
Yeah, bait me all the time.
I mean, I'm asking
Having a good
questions.
time, man. I'm enjoying being here. I appreciate it.
I thought it was a good time.
Ryan, when will Harry Potter cars boom? They already boomed. They're done.
Yeah.
They're dead again. They're dead again.
You already don't know.
They're already dead again. They're dead again.
Ronald Weasley.
No, they actually did boom.
No, they did. I know. I saw it for a little bit.
No, like I bought Chamber of Secrets boxes for.
I agree with you, Ryan. I do.
Like I bought them for like 700, and I sold the last one I sold was for $5,000.
That's pretty crazy. I didn't realize it got that crazy.
Yeah, it got crazy. Yeah.
Yo, but loop me in. Did Neopets cards boom, or can we pump that now?
They did.
They did.
Damn. Missed that one too. God damn it.
Well, listen. I didn't invest in Neopets. When Nick and I bought out the shop that we bought out that closed down, they had Neopets, and I was like, "Oh, this
That's
artwork
awesome.
is super
Dude,
cool."
You and Rev were like the Grim Reaper for like shops for a little bit. Just clean those suckers out.
It was only one shop. Listen, it was only one shop. It was one
I'm just
shop.
joking.
But I'm just saying, it was only one shop, right? Like he.
That's back when they were coming up together.
Yeah.
Yes.
They were a beautiful, loving, married couple.
Yep, married couple. But yeah, like
I love to see it.
it was so much more fun. Like I got all those deals because I was still connected to the guy, still buying from him, even when the deals weren't even worth buying. I was still buying, right? Just to keep that connection. And I never knew it would lead to something like it did lead to, right? But yeah, like there were so like dual masters.
Dude,
all the Dragon Ball Z stuff. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Get in the zone.
Bro, it was wild. It was wild. It was really cool. It was like once in a lifetime experience, that kind of thing. Like just seeing all those dead TCGs. Like it was super cool to going through things, finding things. Because we found stuff we didn't know was there. Like I found a Skyridge pack in a open booster box of like, I don't know, it was like Garbage Pail Kids or something weird. It was just a Skyridge pack just sitting in there.
Popular.
Yeah, jail box.
I don't know. It's just crazy what we found. Like it's just really
nuts.
cool. Yeah,
Brian.
it's once in a lifetime experience. You won't be able to find that type of deal in ever again.
I was gonna ask something, but I can't remember. I was gonna ask if you'd seen something. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Ryan.
Might shoot you, man.
I don't look anymore.
I asked this to Rev last year after Card Party, but I want to ask you as well, because you obviously, like, you know a lot because you've been around it for a long period, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever considered just, like, making historical content on, like, how much you know? Because I think evidently people really like hearing this stuff. Like, I'm just kind of letting everyone spit right now because it's interesting. But, like, you're sitting on, like, historically significant information around the Pokemon card collecting space that, like, not many other people have. You ever consider just, like, making videos talking, like, diving deeper into it?
No, screw everybody.
Yeah, I was about to say, did you see that Leonhard video? He did like a DM thing regarding that.
That's genuinely like.
You just like ripping packs, eh?
If it comes up in conversation or it comes up during a live stream, like someone asks me a question, I divulge like everything that I know, like, right? But like, it's not the content I enjoy. I'm not gonna sit there.
No,
hey guys, today we're gonna talk about.
But
it's funny,
should.
no, but I find it a weird answer because, like, when you start talking about it, like, you get really passionate. But then, like,
because I know so much. It's because it's because I lived it so long and I was so like in it. Like I was so in it, right? Like, yeah, like I have so much information.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, that all that stuff starts and ends with you then if you don't do it. You know what I mean?
Well, no. I mean, you want to get something to happen? Documentary with me and Rusty. Done. Bam. No, Rusty and Red. Me, Rusty, and Red.
That'd be awesome.
Done.
Yeah, I mean, like, you should cook it up, dude. It would be a good watch.
I'm good.
Oh, to Netflix.
Do you know how much effort and time that would take?
Yeah, I mean,
right?
yeah, it would take, yeah.
That'd be cool.
I have a regular job. I have regular content I need to make. I have cats. I have a house to uphold. Like,
you don't stream full time?
No, I should. No. No. I would love to stream full time, but that's not real. That's not reality.
I'm like, man, I wish I could create full time. I wish.
That's not reality. People think I create full time. Like, it's not a reality.
I don't think many people do outside of Rev and.
Wait, you don't do that, Julian?
Yeah, dude. Of course,
no,
bro.
You got your like Let's Play streams, bro. They gotta be killing it, right?
This is a hobby for me. I work for myself.
Dang.
So, otherwise it's literally impossible, or it's very hard.
Zach, yeah, I need a sugar mama. I don't need no sugar daddy. I need a sugar mama.
Sugar mama.
Ooh, I would love to get one.
Are you looking?
I don't know what the sugar mama would do for me, realistically.
Buy you stuff?
Like what?
Pokemon?
Like what? What?
Pokemon?
Yeah, but what do I need?
You would be able to afford those $40,000 boxes at that point. You would be priced out. There you go.
We could do openings, live streams, those openings where I just give everything away to one person.
Openings with Sugar Mama. That'd be a good one.
Ah, yeah. She gotta be attractive though.
I mean, that's secondary. If she's got a great personality, right?
No. We don't care about that around these parts, bro. Nope. They gotta
Are we
be
investing in relationships now? Is that what's happening?
No, I am starting my own company. It's going to be Topless Breaks. So if you want to invest now, get in the ground floor.
I have the perfect person.
I'll send you a DM.
Mimic asked if Ryan and Alex made out yet. I don't know the history there, but I feel like they got on okay. I feel like they got on okay.
No, Ryan made a video a while ago. I don't know why, but I was the subject of it.
You want to know why? I was bored.
Yeah. What?
I was bored.
That's flattering.
I was bored. That's literally why.
I was reading the comments.
Half the stuff I do is because I'm bored, right?
I was reading the comments. People were like, "It's because he was promoting some crypto scam." I'm like, dude, that was like it was Kanto Shark's website. I don't know.
Well, no, time out. Because Mystic Rips was a crypto bro before he got into Pokemon. So if we want to talk about,
all right, we're not going there.
Legacy
We're not going there.
Bro,
We're not going there.
It was Mystic.
Save that for another stream, fellas.
Oh, that's lame.
Okay. Sorry, boys.
Okay. Sorry, Dad.
You're all right. You're all right.
Thanks for the feature, anyway.
Bro, I just make things just because I'm bored.
All right. I feel like we're at the end of the line here, guys. I don't want to drag it out too much longer.
I got like 10 more minutes and I gotta go to
Wow,
work.
wow. Everybody's leaving. All right, guys, bye. Okay, wow, that's underwhelming.
No, I mean I feel like we've stretched it out as long as we possibly could. We had a good chat.
I mentioned Mystic. Okay.
No, it's not that. No, now it looks like now it looks like that. No, can't win. I'm just saying I didn't want to go there, but I feel like
You're so easy to get like a reaction.
Again, guys, remember, who cares what people say?
Agreed.
Mystic killed the vibe. okJLUV love Mystic. okJLUV love Mystic.
no, I just think it's not relevant. I don't want to.
It could be in a roundabout way, but anyway, I had a good time.
Yeah, we're talking about crypto. We're talking about crypto, bro. Like he mentioned that, like
fellas,
because he was invested in crypto. It's
all right.
relevant,
fellas.
Well, this was great, everyone.
It's yin yang.
Thank you, Gray.
Two sides. It's one guy, two things.
No, it's just yin
crypto's just a hobby for me. I don't consider it investing.
Fellas, thank you for coming on down. All right, I appreciate everybody who came down to join this, giving up your time. Time is valuable. Chat, thank you for coming down to watch. I hope just you got something out of it. That's all.
I hope you learned something, everybody.
It was the whole point. Was just
guys, we're gonna be continuing this live on the CTR Discord podcast. Jordan.
I gotta go to work. I wish I could.
You know where to go if you want to go.
I'm kidding.
You're good, bro. It's all good. Don't worry.
I gotta shower. I gotta clean litter. I got cats.
The VOD will be available after the stream. You can just link to it.
I appreciate you did.
No, but for real, no. Okay. But for real, thank you guys, everybody, for coming down. Nomics, Rob, Gray, Colin, Possum, Ryan. Thanks for coming in short notice. It was a good chat. I felt like it was a good chat. So I appreciate you guys.
I agree. This was super fun. I appreciated chatting with all of you. I thought the conversation, people got into some topics, but I thought everyone was really supportive and cool.
That's the point.
I don't feel like I came, so I'm not fulfilled.
I can change that.
You good, Ryan? All right, guys. Be gone. Thanks again.
Later.
Take care, guys. We're still here.
Wherever I go.
All right, see you, fellas. I'm hanging up. Thank you again. I appreciate
it.
Peace, boys.
See ya.
Bye.
Shisha. That was a long ass yapathon. It's a 3-hour sesh. JLUV is ready to cry. JLUV got cooked hard. Am I okay? Yes. How am I feeling about it? It was fun. It was good. Why am I getting a lot of people saying, am I okay, JLUV? Jesus Christ. Even the sniffles. JLUV got rocked. JLUV probs depressed right now. Tears. Wipe tears with Pokemon cards. You look horrible. You just look tired. I am tired. Your eyes are teary. Am I okay? No. Take something for the allergies? Maybe. JLUV stocks plummeted. Every argument you made was found false and with no real data behind it. Didn't ask. It's okay, you just need a hug. I feel left out, Pokebeard. You didn't message me. You were down the other day. I don't think the moderators blocked anybody, really. The chat was, for the most part, you guys were pretty cool. So that was fun. Just seemed like you were most bothered by the chat. Yeah, I do get one guide a lot on the chat. Chat was actually kind of wild, but for the most part, you were okay. Respectful, not really personal. Yeah, admins blocked 3 people from Nostalgianomics. I don't know, I feel like the mods are decent, so like they probably didn't do anything too crazy. Epic chat, thanks mate. Thank you, Diamond Hands. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Ryan saying Pokemon will die was pretty sad. It was good to get Ryan on late. Because I did want to get his perspective in there. Fun fact, that's the first time Ryan has spoken to me since last year, so at least he knows I'm still alive. Thanks, bro. Ryan was incorrect though. I mean, I feel like the end of the conversation became, we don't really know. Twitch chat ignored. Twitch chat died. I mean, everybody was on YouTube chat, to be fair. What was the moral of the story? Hard to tell. I just wanted to get it. So basically, I wanted to just get everything out there in one spot so that people could go and just be like, because what I was finding was after that video that I made, it was like the discourse was spread between like my video, the other videos, and then like what was happening in Discords and other conversations. So what was happening was that it wasn't in the same spot, and it was hard to like really see how everybody felt on the one page. And it was just never going to be put to bed, like how I felt, how Nomics felt, how I felt about Nomics, how I felt about Colin, how I felt about Gray, and like how I felt about the criticism, and then likewise how they felt about me was just like never going to get put to bed if it was just always happening through comments and Discord server, etc. So I kind of just wanted to get everyone in the same room to talk about it, and then you could see for yourself the dynamic. Because that wasn't fake. I wasn't just like putting that on for the sake of getting them onto the stream. That was so that you could see that we were just talking about it. Rob did talk, yeah. I mean, I never felt like I was silencing anybody in there. I did tell Ryan to shut up a bit because I'd ask a question and then we'd talk about something else. And I'd be trying to interject on my own goddamn stream, mind you, and I couldn't. Yappa. I didn't know I invited someone from Japan, right? So yeah, I did tell him to shut up a little bit, but that was so that I could fucking talk. What about your 2023 investments live streams? I think you'll find that if you go back and look at that video, that the views and opinions are actually chats. That was a chat voted event. So all the advice in there, all the voting and that tier list actually came from chat, not me. That was the point of the stream. But nice gotcha, Pokey. I did see a lot of what do you call it, gotchas in the chat. People trying to like one-shot me. What about VMAX Climax investments? I mean, there's a reason why I stopped doing it, so piece it together. I can't undo what I've already done, but what I can do is change what I'm doing in the future. Appreciate the stream. New subscriber here. Much respect to you. Thank you, Corn Husker, for coming down to watch, and thank you for the super chat. You made Ryan sad about Mystic? Oh no, just because I knew where that conversation was going and I didn't want it. This was about a topic. I didn't want to make it about another topic. I didn't want to start the whole, I like this YouTuber, I hate that YouTuber, this guy sucks, whatever. I don't care about it. Not conducive to the platform, in my opinion. Pokey, so you understand that? I mean, I feel like you weren't watching the stream, so you probably need to go back and watch the stream and then come back and ask a question. What 360 game is that behind you in your collection? It's Sonic Generations. I hope my question wasn't perceived as a gotcha. It was more to highlight people don't hate investors, they hate fake fans. I don't think it was, Ichiban Dan. By the way, thank you for the super chat. I don't feel like it was at all. I feel like there's a lot of personalities in the Pokemon card YouTube space, and then like I was saying earlier, it's really hard to like see whether people like each other or not, or like whether they even agree on certain things. Nick Opossumabot had a really good point in the stream, which was that in a weird way we're like agreeing on the same things, but just like seeing it from a different point, like from a different side of the same coin. And that's what I wanted to do. I just wanted to get people in the same spot and yap about it. Sound like you were scared of Mystic like he was the boogeyman? No, because I didn't want it to become a thing where like, you guys know that I don't like when it's like, I hate Mystic or I hate Leonhardt. I hate when people do that. I hate that. I really dislike that. I feel like it's just really like needlessly negative. So you can like not like them. I've said this before. You can just like not watch someone you don't like, and then leave it at that. You don't need to like brigade and like hate mob them or like talk about it a lot. And I didn't want to go into that conversation. It's a conversation I'll have, but I'll have it another day. Possible got heated at points it was cooking Nomics alive was fun to watch in real time. I mean, yeah, I kind of just let him cook for a little bit. Opossum and I get on well, we agree on a lot. We also disagree on a lot. I'm glad you were able to see that as well firsthand today. Surprised you didn't bring up One Piece. I didn't feel like it was conducive to the conversation. Thank you for the stream. Thank you, J-Bone Tim. Thank you for coming down to watch. Moral of the story, we have no enemies. It's true. Kinda, it depends. You said you have zero investments and only have debt. That was a really interesting part of the stream, actually. Don't you find it irresponsible to interview people about investing? That was crazy. So, yeah, getting put on the spot and being asked what your investment portfolio is in front of 600 people on your YouTube channel where you don't actively talk about investing is definitely a feeling that I haven't felt before. That was unique, but I didn't want to go too far into that topic because I didn't feel like it was ultra relevant. However, to entertain Nomics, I just answered the question to the extent that I felt comfortable doing. But also, I don't feel like my financial situation is anybody's business when I'm interviewing people about investing. When the whole reason why I made that video is because I feel like giving investment advice, either directly or indirectly, to people that are vulnerable or impressionable is very dangerous, especially in this risky space. And I spoke a lot about the risk in the space in the stream, and why I feel the way that I do. Would it be interesting to bring other poker tubers for next time about different topics? For sure. I feel like it worked well and you guys seem to enjoy it, so I think it'll be something I definitely do again in the future. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of annoying. Like, I felt like maybe that was just a flaw on my behalf, is that like I couldn't properly articulate how I felt about the 2020 boom. However, I've gotten to this point in life where it's like, if I'm arguing with someone or discussing something and they're not seeing my point of view, I kind of just give up now. Cause like, it's like, after like 2 or 3 attempts, I'm like, all right, like you're either not going to agree or I'm too lazy to like properly drive it home. And it felt like definitely felt like you're just not going to agree. So I just like kind of left it. But I still feel the same way. I still believe what I said in the stream, which is that I think the Logan Paul incident was definitely the catalyst for Pokemon, and no other collectible or speculative asset had that kind of catalyst occur. Poker Oz, we did invite him off, but he couldn't get on because he was busy. And Pokey, I think that speaks volumes for there's a lot that you just don't know, and you just shouldn't assume that I'm like excluding people. But I really wanted to get Poker Oz on because I quite like him. I liked his response video. I like when I say I like him, I like his approach. I don't feel like someone's personal portfolio should have any bearing on what a risky investment some things are. Agreed. I feel like you can definitely know things without having skin in the game. Don't spin it like I don't know anything. You are a certified yapper, sir. Good night, Mr. Hoot. Thank you for watching. Curious. It's not nice when people put words in your mouth. I wonder what that feels like. I think it was also due to people looking for a return on their money since early 2020 stocks and other assets were down. People jumped into Pokemon cards since they were hot. Gamble. How I feel. Bye bye, ZD10. I will win the 151 box. I will rig it in your favor. I don't know why scalpers weren't mentioned. I feel like there probably wasn't anything to be said that had to be said again. Like, I feel like it's been done. You know what I mean? I didn't want to take the conversation there. And I felt like the others weren't really super interested in it going that way either. I think that was when people who have collected for many, many years will know a lot more than someone who is maybe a year or two in and still learning. You know what I really hope is that I hope that as those guys go forward and continue to make content, that they just bear in mind some, even if it's like 20%, 10% of what we spoke about today, that would be pretty sick. I think that would be really cool. And that was the point. In conclusion, JLUV was way out of his league, and Opossum Bud, he had no place in this. The rest, they came with data-driven answers. Thanks, dude. I find Vaporeon mid. I can taste. You are now an honorary investor, bro. Or I have been educated and enlightened. I understand investments. Also, I thought it was crazy. One crazy moment was when Rob said that I should invest in shares. And it's like, and I said, I mean, I answered this, so I'm not like saying something I didn't say in the stream and I wouldn't say to Rob, but like, I am not in a position where I can do that comfortably, so I'm not.
Will you check DMs later?
I think the last 2-3 years, many things have changed. Will you check DMs later? Yeah, Beanie, I did see that you hacked the server somehow. That was crazy. Don't do that. Stop. PokeAny. Yeah, so like, I'll just make it full disclosure. I was gonna get PokeAny on, but then it was like, I also wanted to like wrap it up because for me, I didn't want this to go forever. So that's why I ended it. I was always going to end it at about the 2.5 hour mark. And then I got to 3 because Ryan joined. And then like the conversation was kind of interesting. But then it kind of became just a hangout session. And like, I'm all cool for that. But like, I didn't want to like hang out for too long. I didn't want it to like overstay its welcome. So I was just trying to end it. You know what I mean?
Center in his Discord. Is this a W? We will see.
You should really be more worried about people spending money on pack breaks over buying a booster box. I mean, I've already said what I had to say about that years ago, so. You must regret bringing CTR in. No, not really. I mean, you guys asked to have him in there, and so provided he came in and wasn't a dick, I got him in, and he wasn't a dick, so it was good. It was insightful. Why are you guys... Bryce, why are you trying to pit everyone against each other? Like, this guy hates that guy. He hates him. You regret it. You got cooked. You're so washed. Fucking let it go, bro. Just watch the videos, dude. Just enjoy the content. You didn't even have the stones to call out CTR, Rev, Pika, Pika, Pika. Then we were blessed with CTR putting you in your place. What the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck? What does that even mean? Remember, you started this. What does that mean? Do you know where I live? He's gonna dox me. This is crazy. You're posting that with your real name.
In conclusion, okJLUV was way out of his league and Opossum Bud had no place in this. The rest came with data-driven answers.
That is your government. Is that your government official name? What? You're so brazen. Bryce Arnson, I watched everyone. And you are spewing nonsense. And your moderators blocked my other account. LOL. Dox you when I have my full name as my YouTube? Fuck. Babe! Bryce Anson! Bryce Anson knows where we live! It's over! Bryce Anson knows where we live! Fuck me dead. Sorry guys, I said it wrong. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's something else. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Oh, no, but I felt like it was a good stream. I'm glad you guys were pretty respectful. The chatters that came from like the other content creators were respectful too. Bryce Anson Doxer aside, that guy's being insane. Actually, like, get him off YouTube. But I felt like it was pretty good. I just regret the title, ending the debate. I mean, it's kind of a bait. The title was like kind of a bait. Because I don't think that conversation will ever end. Nomic said there isn't a risk below a certain price. Yeah, I didn't like the whole like, oh, at the end of the day, you can just open it. I didn't like that. Because like when you're like, you'll make money, but at the end of the day, you can just open it up. But it's like, no, you just lost money, bro. That sucks. I also think, and I didn't really talk about this too much, but people or like they kind of like ignore how many people have like lost a lot of money going all in on stuff. But I can't really back that up by like showing like a case study or like an example. So it's like a weak point, a weak argument for me to bring up. So I didn't really. But yeah, I don't know if we can do that again. I regret not getting Twice Baked Jake on. I thought about it this morning. I was like, fuck, why didn't I just get him on? That would have been sick. But I was like, what am I going to do? Message him 2 hours before and be like, oh, Jake, do you want to come on this stream? Sorry that I didn't message you like 4 days ago. That was totally my slip up. So Jake has said that he will get on the stream though. There's an idea for a stream that I got with Twice Baked Jake that I think is funny and I want to do with Jake. So Jake's like super partial to coming on. Jake's like keen on coming on stream. He said he'll come on, so. Anyway, at some point, people are going to lose money on Pokemon cards. Like, at some point. I didn't want to say this in the stream, but like, because it's like, of course, but like, not everyone can just win. At some point, someone will lose money. When they were talking about the kids that want it now, I'm like, damn, so it's the kids that are going to that are going to be holding the bag. When Rob was talking about the kids in like 20 years that want to buy it now but can't, I was like, oh, damn, so it's like the kids are just going to be holding the bag. All right, well, we'll just sell all our boxes to the kids in 20 years. Well, it is what it is. Them kids, for real, right? You also have to think about how much people will like SV in the future. The game sold well, but a lot of people didn't enjoy it as much as previous versions. Yeah, that was an interesting topic. Probably should have talked about that a little bit more, eh? But I think because the games have sold more than they ever, like, historically have sold more, they keep selling well. I think kids will still be interested in. But one thing that I always think about, but like, it's, again, this is just a weak argument, and this is just me being skeptical, is like, I just don't see like collectibles being a commodity in the next 10 to 20 years. I think people will move on from them, but maybe they will. I don't know. I feel like we just got like, there's bigger things happening in the world that will change the world and the landscape of the world in the next 10 to 20 years. But people have been saying that for like decades anyway. So like, I feel like that's just like, that's legitimately fear mongering. So yeah. That's like a boogeyman like thing in the clouds kind of thing, which is why I'm seeing people say like I'll take, and that's why I'm saying I didn't bring it up, because I didn't think it was a good topic of conversation. I won't lie, I did want to end stream just for the big convo, because I did want to talk to chat. Because I get one guide by chat. What can I say? I get one guide by chat, and I like talking to chat. So yeah, have at it, chat. Shoot. Sooner or later, everything becomes a Beanie Baby. So true, Tess. I think Pokemon's a bit different. Is Opossum a bulky? Whoa, hey, hey, hey. Don't call him fat. Is he a bully? Nah. Sonic Adventure is the GOAT of all Sonic games. Yeah, I'd agree. It's a coin toss between Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Adventure, and then Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but I'll give you Sonic Adventure. It's pretty good. Told me he can hate on who he wants. He's brash. We'll leave it at that. Inza, I can't see people will ever stop enjoying their little trinkets. It's truly one of the purest joys in life. Where all my okJLUV investors at? Guitar poser or player? Player, but I haven't been playing anywhere near as much as I would have liked to the last couple of years. Been playing since I was in like 14 when I was in high school. So like, no, I was like, would have been like 13, 12. Excluding 151, what is your favorite SV set? Oh, that's a good question. Wild Forces is pretty good. The one that has all Terzero alternate arts of the legendary cat's paradox form. Stream was great. Thanks for putting it together. Hey, thank you for the 70 bits. You absolute boss. Nishi, people like me and Ryan enjoyed Pokemon before making money on it was a thought. I hope it can get back to that personally. I kind of wanted Ryan to talk a little bit more about that, but then like he kind of like did. He kind of did and he kind of didn't. I really wanted to, I mean, I still think he should make some videos talking about like all this crazy stuff that he knows, but if he doesn't want to, he won't. I just think that would be interesting content. Ancient Roll, my bad. Sorry, chat.
Did you just call the legendary dogs cats?
They're cats, Genium Genie. We know this. You think Zaza will have more fun than SV? Beanie, why did you hack the server? What the f- and how? We learned that you didn't actually hack the server. You just, he's fronting. He didn't actually. He just has like a plugin that shows you like the hidden channels, and all the hidden channels in our server are like mod chat, admin chat, blendy things, test channels. Nice try, Bozo. If you actually post something from one of those channels, I'll believe you and take the allegations seriously. Some of the Pokemon guys have mental issues. Whoa, hold up. Pause. Don't go there. JLove, it would be cool to do this regularly with other channels so more of the community could weigh in. Noted. Advice taken on board. I had good rapport with Beanie if memory serves. Well, birds of a feather flock together. What am I cooking? Nothing crazy. What did you not like about that? Tell me now. Now's a good time. What did you not like about that stream? Too many people. Felt like Convo was going nowhere. It definitely could have used more structure, and I'll make sure of that in the future. That if I do it again, there will be more structure to it. Group setting can make it difficult to stay on subject. I don't disagree. Three to four people at most. less people is better. Okay, yeah. Can you see how I was trying to like balance the amount of people versus like, yeah, because like I didn't want to like, I mean, I had someone in the chat just say you didn't get me on, and I was like, you didn't even mention message me. So, but yeah, could you see that I was trying to like get everybody on that I could without then being like, no, you can't come on. I feel like the only person I really did that to in the end was Poker Annie, because it was like at the very end. It did feel a little bit stubborn. Yeah, it felt stubborn. Lack of delegation to keep people on topic and less personal attacks being brought in when they felt heated. I feel like nobody in the stream actually was personal. For the most part, it was pretty chill. Rob should have dressed better for his role. I think that's just his thing that he does. You guys are saying I did a good job managing it, but chat was saying a lot that I was not, and that it was, I was like losing control of it. So I don't know whether to believe you guys now in what looks like it could be my echo chamber, or like chat when there was everybody in and you've got other outside opinions that aren't biased and like the channel. So I don't know where I land. I'm not looking for a backpack sesh. I actually just want to know. Because otherwise I can't. I mean, I know how I feel about it. So was it just trolls? Like they're all gone. Can all the people that hated it say right now that you hated it? Say that you hated it and then I sucked at it. Now's the time to say it. I'm not going to take it personally. There were a lot of trolls from a Discord I'm in. Which Discord was it, Fargan Bastage? Is that, if that's your real name? You suck, another worse, never coming back. Hate your hair. And I just got a haircut too. I just joined. Welcome, Draco. Thanks for coming down. I'm in a Discord with a lot of trolls too. It's my own. This is the Kalos power plant from Pokemon XY. The song. Most trolls came from the CTR Discord. That is brazy, bro. Why? Why? It's a group of people who just invest and they're trolly in nature. Fair. G'day, Shrek. Seemed like you were a little out of your depth at times. I mean, it definitely felt that way too, which is why I wanted to get Opossum in so that it wasn't a 1v4 or a 1v3. So that was a definite conscious effort, but I felt like that was important so that the stream was a good watch. I don't think you guys wanted to see a train get run on me, and I don't think you guys wanted to see me run a train on those three guys. They just like to stir the pot? Bored, fair. I run the CTR Discord. I didn't see any trolls from there, lol. Ash, unless you are maybe one of the trolls. In which case, I see you. I said what I said, run a train. It can mean two things. Are you a troll, Ash? We need a Japanese native to chime in on the Japanese market. A major factor, the Japanese market. Zing Collectibles, thank you for becoming a member. Sorry, I overlooked that. My bad, I'm so rude and bad at streaming. Japanese market isn't a downtrend, is because of a weak yen. Agreed. Factor for sure. I'm messing with you, Ash. Baited, Ash. Baited. Owned. Owned. Actually baited. I don't think you know what run a train means. You should Google it. How about you Google run a train? Google run a train on me. I dare you. Harry, how are you enjoying Japan? How about we Google it on stream? Let's do that. How to run a train. Let's do that. Surely I Google that, yeah? Are you the real JLUV? Let me see your social security number. That was crazy, bro. And then I had to say on stream that I have a house, and I was like, fuck, is that bad if I say that I don't rent? Now I actually felt bad. That was crazy. But it is true. I live in this house. We have a mortgage. We pay a lot of interest. It's bad. Why would you feel bad? Because not everyone does. I didn't want to make people feel bad about not owning a house. I think the kinks in your argument stem most from lack of data. Nomics and Office try to use data and facts. I mean, my arguments were that they are very skewed. The X and Y stuff is like super skewed. I think that ultimately you can use it, and we got onto this topic and we spoke about it, and I feel like we kind of like understood each other even if we disagreed when we were talking about when Opossum was gone at Nomics and they were kind of cooking him. The whole Amazon thing is that like when you invest in a company in its infancy early, yeah, there's not a whole lot of data, and so like you're kind of gambling quite a bit, but at least you got some kind of tangible. There's like a little bit of data there. There's like a hope and a dream, but it's like mostly a gamble. Pokemon's kind of the same thing. I don't disagree with that. I think you can invest in it to an extent, but you also have to take hand in hand the fact that it is a gamble along with that and understand those risks. Then that's fine on your own, but I have gripes with channels that suggest that their audience should do that too, because then you're inviting that risk onto them, and that's why I don't like. It's a gamble. When it's more of a gamble, when it's more speculative than fact driven, I justify as gamble. Bro's a mortgage is still going to LA and NAIC. Now that I can't do, I could not have done without the help from chat. In the last, week? You guys helped me raise a decent chunk of the America trip. I'm pretty much halfway where I need it to be, which is sick. So we're going to run that 151 Japanese booster box giveaway because of that. So if you guys missed that in the Discord, we did get to all the people contributing to that campaign. Which is massive, so thank you. I'm not going to America without that happening, like, period. I'm going to do another campaign as well. I'm going to take on another one of those deals, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to get another 50 people for a different brand. But if we get that 50, I'll do another giveaway. And then hopefully with that, that'll probably get me over the line to be like, cool, I can do this without compromising my life, which is exactly why I'm doing it. I'm trying to get the money to go and do that trip so that it doesn't compromise my life. Go over there, make the videos out of the tournaments, compete in the tournaments, and come back and have like a whole bunch of sick videos for you guys. So thank you. If that wasn't clear, that is me saying I fucking love you guys, and not a second goes by where I don't appreciate the living out of you guys. So thank you. That's life-changing. If you want in on that next giveaway, join the Discord. Or if you're not already a sub of the channel, sub to the channel so that you'll hear when the streams go live. You seem super uncomfortable when your assets investments got brought up. Of course I did. That was a very weird conversation, and it's not really anybody's business. I mean, I wasn't asking those guys. It was a question that you ask. But I see, I answered it because I didn't have a problem answering it, but it was definitely a very confrontational question. But it was only a confrontational question by nature. Good night, Ash. Thank you for coming down. It was good to have you in the stream. I think. I don't know. Thank you, Tess. You could have just said you weren't comfortable. I don't think they would have pushed it. Yeah, but like I said, I answered it because I wanted to answer it. I'm not a bad person, LMAO. I don't know you. Ash, I'm fucking with you. Peace out. Thanks for coming down. Thank you for coming down and watching. Your investment situation is 100% relevant with regard to how much you put into Pokemon, which is why all the people you had on mentioned it. I don't know, maybe it's a cultural thing. I just don't feel like it was... Maybe it's a me thing. I don't get asked that question a lot. Like, people in my circle don't ask me that question. I don't ask people in my circle those questions. It's not relevant to Pokemon, yeah. I don't think the fact that, like, I have investments in things are relevant to the Pokemon investment discussion. I think finances generally is just like a sensitive topic these days as well. In the same way that I wouldn't brag about my finances, I wouldn't be comfortable sharing whether they were up or down either. The only way it's relevant is when you consider Pokemon an equal investment as stocks or crypto or real estate. Which I disagreed with, and we spoke about in the stream. I disagree with. Ricky, that was a good stream. Thanks for coordinating that. Very enjoyable. Hey, I'm glad you liked it, Ricky. Thank you, dude. That's what we want to hear. They were pretty pushy. It was kind of uncomfortable as a listener. Sorry I let it get to that point. My bad. Buy high, sell low. It definitely influences how much you should be comfortable with putting into shiny cardboard. I mean, I guess. But me personally, it doesn't, because I only buy what I buy as a personal hobby, enjoyment kind of thing. So maybe that should have been my answer. All these things that I own, all these things that you see in the background, like I just own bit by bit. You know, I wanted a Precious Collector box, so I got one. I wanted the V-Star Universe boxes to open them and make a video. I never made the video, but I opened them and they sit on the shelf. I got Bayonetta 3 because I like the game. I love it. The slab there is signed by Koki Saito because he's my favorite. I just have the one. There's a Worlds deck there because I wanted it from Luke. He gave it to me. That one is a memory from Yokohama competing in Worlds. The Kanazawa box I bought one of, and I bought another one because I could. And I wanted to get the promo, and I made a video about it. They're all things that I kind of just like bought over time for fun. But they're not things that I went in and bought as an investment. However, like I've spoken about in the past, collectors are investors, so it ends up becoming an investment. I want to see the warehouse ETR I was talking about. It did sound pretty cool. My investment portfolio is coming along nicely, thank you. Ricky Hernandez, don't forget to tip your stream. Thank you, King. Nah, you're a legend for real, Ricky. Thank you, dude. Thank you very much for your support. Why are you ashamed of admitting you own a house? I guess it's a bit of a social faux pas here, at least in Australia, because housing is so expensive and the rent situation is cooked. So I don't think it was... I'm just looking at it from an Australian POV. Is that like, it can be a sensitive topic in some social circles. Ain't no way it's not an investment when you have 20 of one card. Well, I can just very easily just like one card. I wanted to get a full page of Marnie SSV because I wanted to get a full page of it. Because I just wanted to have a full page. I thought that was a cool idea to do. Same with Skylar. Am I ignoring you? I'm so sorry if I am, Emperor Pikachu. I did not do it on purpose. What did I ignore, Emperor? Shoot me a question again. Sorry, buddy. Did I compete? Oh, do you play? Yeah, I do. I played. I competed in Japan Worlds 2023 Yokohama. I made day 2. I came 63rd. and I'm currently preparing for Los Angeles Regionals and then NAIC. I play a lot. Too much. How are ya? Oh, I'm good. I'm a bit tired. I gotta piss a river. But I'm good. Los Angeles is in 2.5 weeks. It's very soon. Which is scary. Real estate is that bad over in Australia? Oh, it's crazy right now, yeah. It's rough. What am I going to bring to NAIC? I don't know. I'm kind of testing Dragapult EX at the moment, but a lot of things change, eh? Pretty crazy Dialga 1 Indie. Pretty cool, eh? Fun deck. Hey, fucking bastard, you only like Pokemon because they're expensive. You don't like... Ah, who cares about that? Don't stress. Don't sweat it too much, Emperor Pikachu. I'm looking in the Discord right now and there's screenshots that poor guy's about to cry. That's just how I fucking look, dude. That's just how I look. Will I do a stream with Poke Oz eventually? If I can cook up a good idea, I will, yeah. I gotta cook up a good idea. It's gotta be a good idea. Every time we play, Julian looks like he's about to cry. It's my concentration eyes. Tell him what happened in Perth, lads. You got fucking high rolled. That was crazy. That was a crazy round. I went second both games and cooked you. That was unfair. That was actually plot armor. The JLove pinching nose bridge is a classic. What, doing this? What, am I not allowed to have habits? Jesus Christ. And you said it would happen at the start of the round too. That was crazy. You kicked Steven for showing Cat. That's because Steven said he was going to join and talk, and then he didn't. And then he said, and then he just appeared. And then it was like while Nomics was talking about something. And I was like, okay, this is kind of unfair to Nomics. So we just had to put him. Steve should have just been clear. All right, I feel like that's it. I feel like that's it. Nah, no stress, man. Don't apologize. I gotta send you something anyway, Emperor Pikachu. That's on my list. That was a fun stream. I really genuinely A-word all you guys who came down to watch. If you were new, thank you for coming down to watch. Thank you for joining the channel. Thank you for being partial to it all. Thank you for being open. If you haven't subbed yet, sub. Do the cool stuff. We make a lot of different videos here, you know. We do a lot of different stuff. But that's about all she wrote for the day. I reckon we call it there. It was good. I hope you enjoyed it. I did. I wasn't crying. I wasn't angry. I just look like this. Fuck. Live still? Wow. Yeah, I'm yapping, Ryan. Hey, Ryan, message me after. You won't. See, I can do it too. You won't, though. Peace out, Emperor. Peace out, Jamie. Guy from a crowd. Malthus, Luke, Sarima, Persuasive, Legend of Luke, Apples. Genie and Genie, thank you very much for tuning in. Zing, take care. Thank you for becoming a member. You're a legend. Tess O. Rem, peace out. Zangafan, have a good one. Perry. Frisky Squid. I'll say it twice. Inza, take care. Thank you so much for watching. Don't worry, JLove, things happen and you don't need to take it to heart. I'm an emotional person at heart, so unfortunately, no matter what, I cannot change my character. It's just who I am. But we learn, we adapt, we build. Chimchar, thank you for watching. Take care. Richie B, have a good one, brother. Draco, Pokey, Turbo KB1. Mr. Darthbean, thank you, dude. Do not post shaman emotes in this chat. You just have unlocked something I've been trying to forget the last 24 hours. Airwick, take care, dude. And thank you again for helping with the campaign. Jake Laz, take care. Jarzad, have a good one. Airwick, I'll say it again. Goodbye. Rays, take care. Diamond Hands, thank you again for your support, you legend. And I will be locking my doors and making sure my security cameras are well charged because Bryce Arnson knows where I fucking live. Pokerspace, have a good one. Thank you for watching. Alright, guys. Shiny Kiwi, you're legend. Good to see you there. Take care, buddy. Thank you, Josh Feldhouse. I love your last name. Thank you for watching, Josh. You're a legend. If you live in scary weather area in US, be safe. Okay, that's a good warning to everybody. Steve Stevens, your legend. I saw you in the chat there the whole time. Take care, dude. Brensei, didn't say bye to me. Rude. Saving the best till last, buddy. See, you can't get upset now. Alright, guys, I think that's it. That's all the goodbyes that we got. I'll see you in the next stream, hopefully in another couple of days. Keep an eye out for some of the vids as well. I'm working on one that should come out this Friday, Saturday for you guys. It'll be cool. Beanie, me? No, because you are an instigator, and I fucking hate instigators. You guys are the worst. But I'll keep you around because you're a punching bag. But I wouldn't use it as a punching bag if you weren't an instigator. Do you see how it works? You're an instigator and you know it. Alright guys, I think on that note, we call it a day. Take care. Thanks for watching. Bye. Bye now. Love you guys. I mean that. Thank you. See you later. Bye.